Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the conference. Welcome to León. Estimados presidentes y presidentas de parlamentos, estimado presidente del Senado, estimado vicepresidente del Parlamento Europeo, estimado presidente de la Conferencia de las Asambleas Legislativas Regionales de Europa, estimados jefes de delegación y resto de miembros de las delegaciones parlamentarias, estimados miembros de la Fundación IDEA y de Interpares, autoridades, señoras y señores, es un placer y una alegría darles la bienvenida a todos ustedes a esta conferencia conmemorativa del Día Internacional del Parlamentarismo. Darles la bienvenida a esta bellísima ciudad de León y a este recinto histórico de la Real Colegiata de San Isidoro, auténtica cuna del parlamentarismo. Aprovecho para agradecer al abad, don Luis, la cálida acogida. Quiero agradecer también a todos ustedes el que hayan aceptado la invitación a participar en esta conferencia con la que damos inicio a la dimensión parlamentaria de la Presidencia española del Consejo de la Unión Europea. El número de delegaciones presentes, que representan a 20 países más el Parlamento Europeo y la Conferencia de las Asambleas Legislativas Regionales de Europa, y la representación de alto nivel de todos los participantes, es expresión del gran interés que ha suscitado esta reunión. Asimismo, en el marco de la participación de Interpares se encuentran representantes de 18 países más de todo el mundo. Esta calidad y también, si me permiten, la cantidad de la representación y de participación asegura que el desarrollo de la conferencia será especialmente provechoso para todos. Quiero realizar también un agradecimiento muy especial en mi nombre y en el del presidente del Senado a nuestros homólogos presentes en la jornada de hoy. Sé que compatibilizar las obligaciones institucionales de la presidencia con atender actos fuera de nuestros países siempre es complicado. El haberlo hecho posible merece nuestro más sentido agradecimiento. Queridos colegas, gracias por estar aquí. Como todos ustedes saben, después de la sesión de trabajo sobre cooperación parlamentaria y desarrollo de la democracia, tendrá lugar la sesión de inauguración presidida por Su Majestad el Rey, a la que seguirá la conferencia magistral a cargo del profesor de la Universidad de Sídney, John King. Tras la pausa del almuerzo tendrá lugar la sesión central sobre la defensa de los valores europeos y de las instituciones democráticas frente a los nuevos retos y amenazas de la democracia. Pondrá fin a la conferencia la sesión de clausura en la que se adoptará la Declaración de León sobre parlamentarismo. Señoras y señores, antes de dar inicio a la conferencia, el alcalde de la ciudad les dirigirá unas breves palabras de bienvenida. Tiene la palabra el alcalde de León, don José Antonio Díaz Díaz. Muchísimas gracias.
Presidenta del Congreso, presidente del Senado, vicepresidente del Parlamento Europeo, presidentes, vicepresidentes y miembros de los parlamentos internacionales, delegada del Gobierno, señorías, buenos días a todas y todos. Desde su fundación, hace más de 2000 años, la ciudad de León ha desempeñado un papel fundamental en la historia de España y de Europa. Cruce de caminos y enclave esencial para el desarrollo de nuestro país y de la civilización. Urbe situada en el cruce de la Vía de la Plata y de la Ruta Jacobea, el camino de peregrinación más importante de la cultura cristiana. El Reino de León, el más extenso y prolongado de la Edad Media, fue esencial para la gestación de Europa y de la democracia actual, pese al olvido al que durante siglos se obligó a esta ciudad. Hace 13 años, coincidiendo con la conmemoración del 1100 aniversario del Reino de León, emprendimos el proyecto del reconocimiento histórico para nuestra tierra y así, hace una década, la UNESCO reconoció a nuestra ciudad y a este enclave en que nos encontramos como la cuna del parlamentarismo, La primera vez que un monarca, el rey Alfonso IX, convocaba a los hombres buenos, cibes, al pueblo, con voz en una cura regia. De ese momento, de 1188, se conservan los decreta, el texto considerado esencial para entender algunos derechos fundamentales y que no nacía de otra pretensión que de la de mantener la paz en el reino, que era, evidentemente, la más alta pretensión. El reconocimiento internacional de ese camino, que como río con meandros nos lleva a la democracia actual, se ratifica hoy con su presencia en este acto, esencial para nuestro legado y, sobre todo, para nuestro presente. De reunión y decreta, de ese tan leonés juntarse y ayuntarse en los problemas, nacen juntas, parlamentos y ayuntamientos. León, cuna del parlamentarismo, recibe a los representantes de los más importantes parlamentos europeos en lo que sin duda es para nosotros un día histórico. Gracias por ello a todos los presentes, gracias a las Cortes españolas que ratificaron el título de León hace ya más de una década y que hoy lo consagran internacionalmente. Bienvenidos todos y todas a la cuna del parlamentarismo, a la capital del viejo reino de León, tierra de libertades y germen de España, de los reinos que conforman nuestro país y referente de la democracia de la Europa actual. Es un auténtico honor para nosotros, pueblo de León, recibirlos hoy, parlamentos constituidos como herederos de aquellas primeras Cortes leonesas en nuestra ciudad y en este claustro donde se gestó la democracia. Muchísimas gracias a todos y bienvenidos a la ciudad de León.
Good morning. How are you? Kevin Casas, real pleasure. Kevin Casas, real pleasure. Kevin Casas. Madam, Kevin Casas. If you allow me, what I was thinking is perhaps we could do the panel in alphabetical order. And that way allows for Mr. Caras to make the presentation of the declaration that you want to submit to the consideration of the.
You have a list, yes.
Yeah. But if not, I mean, I'll do it in the order that appears in the program. It's exactly the same for me. I mean, that way the first speaker, the speakers of the parliaments speak first, and then Mr. Caras. Is that agreeable?
What do you want? You have a order. We have a
do it in the order that is in the program.
Ich habe nichts verstanden, aber es war egal.
Er wollte wissen, ob wir drehen. Er wollte wissen, ob wir die Reihenfolge. Er wollte wissen, ob wir die Reihenfolge umdrehen sollen.
I'll follow the order that is here. It's fine. No problem at all. And the other thing is that if you allow me, I'll do this in Spanish.
Okay. Do you have enough place?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Apparently we have until 10 minutes before 11 because people have to move to, there's a picture that needs to be taken. So, okay. Muy buenos días a todas.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning to you all. And this is the last, I'm going to say in English. Aquí me voy a dar el gusto de
So,
la lengua de Cervantes.
I'm very happy to go to the language of Cervantes.
Enorme gusto para
It's
mí
a great pleasure for me to be here.
Kevin Casas.
My name is
Soy
Kevin Casas.
el secretario general
I'm the Secretary General
de Idea
of the
Internacional,
IDEA
una
Foundation,
organización intergubernamental
which is an intergovernmental
con 34
organization
Estados miembros,
with 34 member states.
creada en
It was
1995,
created in
con sede en
1995.
Estocolmo,
It's
para
headquartered in
apoyar
Stockholm, and its
el
aim
avance de la
is to
democracia
support the
en todo
advance
el mundo.
of democracy across the world.
Para mí es un enorme privilegio estar
For me,
acá.
it's a great privilege to be here.
Privilegio que empiezo por manifestar agradeciendo
And I'd
a
like to
los
start
organizadores
by
de
thanking the
esta
organizers
actividad,
of this event.
diferentes entidades que han hecho
I'd like to thank all the
esta
different
reunión posible, y en
entities that have made this
particular a las
possible.
Cortes Generales.
And above all, I'd like to thank the Parliament of Spain.
Es además un gusto para todos nosotros, pienso, pero ciertamente
I think it's a
para mí,
pleasure for
viviendo
all of us,
donde
certainly
vengo,
for me,
estar en
given
una
where I come
ciudad
from, to
como
be
León,
in a city like
no solo
León.
es extraordinariamente hermosa, muy
It's
importante
not just
en la
incredibly
historia de la
beautiful
hispanidad,
city, very important in the history of the
sino que además
Spanish-speaking world and
que
culture,
es una de las cunas
but
del
it's also
parlamentarismo
one of the
a nivel
main
global.
birthplaces of world democracy.
Es apropiado que estemos teniendo
And I think
esta
it's very
conversación
fitting to
justo
have
en
this
esta
debate
hermosísima ciudad.
in this beautiful city.
El panel que empieza esta discusión tiene por título
Now, this first
La
panel
cooperación
is entitled
parlamentaria y el desarrollo
Parliamentary
democrático.
Cooperation and the Development of
Yo
Democracy.
quisiera que para tener esta discusión partiéramos de tres premisas.
And I think that there are
La
three
primera
founding premises here.
es una que no por obvia debe dejar de mencionarse, que es
First of
que la
all,
solidez del Parlamento es un elemento
The solidity
esencial en la
of
salud de la
Parliament is absolutely essential to the health of democracy.
encarna algunos de los elementos
The Parliament
torales de la
embodies
constitución democrática,
many of the most
encarna
important
la
elements
existencia de
of
frenos y
democracy.
contrapesos,
It
encarna la posibilidad
embodies the checks and
de que
balances.
diversas voces
It
participen
allows
en el debate
numerous
democrático.
different voices to
Encarna
participate in the democratic
la posibilidad
debate.
de
It
que
also
circule libremente la información
allows information
antes de
to
hacer las decisiones
circulate freely before democratic
y
decisions are
encarna
made.
sobre todo la
And there's another
posibilidad
thing
de
it
tener
embodies. That
un
is
debate
the possibility
y un
of
disenso civilizado
having
y dentro de
debate
vías institucionales.
and dissension
Y eso
in a
parece que en una
civilized
época de
manner.
polarización como
And I
la que
think in a
vivimos,
time of
nunca ha
polarization,
sido tan necesario.
This has never been more important.
La segunda premisa es que
And there's a second
los
premise.
retos que la democracia está enfrentando a escala global
There are numerous challenges facing democracy around the world at the moment,
globales también.
and these are global
Son
challenges.
retos que los vemos en todas las regiones
We see this in every region
estadios de desarrollo democrático.
and in all different stages of democratic development.
De que los problemas de la democracia
It's often been said that the problems of democracy
vistos en las democracias pobres,
occur
en las
in
democracias
weak
jóvenes.
democracies
Ya
or
eso es
young
cierto.
democracies, but that's no longer the
Todos lo
case,
sabemos.
and we know that.
Los problemas de la democracia son realmente
The challenges in
globales.
democracy are genuinely
Y
global.
en la medida en que son globales, requieren de
And
respuestas
because
globales,
they're
y
global, they
requieren
require
de
a
acción
global response. They
colectiva. Y en la
require
medida
collective
que
action.
requieren de acción colectiva,
And because they require
demandan
collective
cooperación
action,
parlamentaria.
they require
Y
cooperation
demandan
between parliaments.
interacción
They
creativa
require
y
a
constructiva
creative, constructive
entre
action
los diferentes actores
between
políticos y
all the different
particularmente entre
political
los
actors and,
diferentes
above all,
parlamentos del mundo.
between the parliaments around the
Y
world.
la tercera premisa
And there's a third
quisiera
premise.
dejar sentada es que está muy bien, es apropiado, es justo, es necesario que nos reunamos a celebrar
Now, we're here
el
together
papel que juegan los
to
parlamentos
celebrate the
en
role of
la democracia,
parliaments
pero
in
es
democracy.
también menester que reconozcamos
It's also very important that
que las
we
instituciones
understand
centrales de la democracia
that the central
representativa
institutions
están enfrentando
of
una crisis
representative
muy
democracy are going through a deep crisis all around the world.
Es imperativo que reconozcamos que hay un problema y que esa
We really need to
cooperación
understand that
global
there is a problem.
que he mencionado
And this global
es
cooperation
necesaria
that I referred to
precisamente porque hay problemas muy profundos.
is
Y no
very
tiene
important
que
because it's
tomar
a
lo que estoy
deep problem.
diciendo
Now,
por su valor facial.
this shouldn't be
Les
taken at
doy
surface
un
value.
par de datos,
I mean, I would like to give
con los que me he
some
cruzado
evidence.
recientemente. En mi parte del mundo, en América Latina,
In Latin
yo vengo de
America,
Costa
where I'm
Rica.
from Costa Rica,
Si ustedes toman los datos del latinobarómetro, de la
look
encuesta
at the
regional,
Latino Barometer, which is a survey that's done in the region every 2 years.
cuando se le pregunta a la gente si
When
tiene
you ask
confianza
people,
en los congresos, en las legislaturas,
do
en los
they
parlamentos,
trust their
únicamente un
parliaments?
20% de la gente
Only
dice
20% of
tiene
people
confianza.
say that they
Y si
do
ustedes
trust them.
abren un poquito el lente y usan los datos de la encuesta
And now, if you look into
mundial de valores,
the
que es una encuesta que
the
cubre
world
79
survey
países,
that
si no
covers
me
79
recuerdo mal,
countries,
cuando le preguntan a la gente si tiene
this
confianza
survey asks
en los
people,
partidos políticos,
do you
al igual que
trust
los
political
parlamentos,
parties,
son la savia de la democracia
which,
representativa,
like parliaments, are very
70%
important
de
to
la gente dice que no tiene confianza en
representative
79 países, y únicamente
democracy, and 70% of people say that they don't
4.5% de la gente
trust them, and only
dice que tiene
4.5% of people
alto nivel de
say that they have a
confianza
high level of trust
Entonces, hay
in
un
political
problema.
parties.
Hay
So
un problema
clearly there's a
de
problem
democracia
here.
representativa que
Representative
necesitamos
democracy
atender con
is
urgencia.
facing great difficulties, and we need to face this
Y
urgently.
para hablar de todo esto, para hablar de por qué es necesaria la cooperación parlamentaria para atender este conjunto de problemas
So,
peliagudos que tenemos,
We're facing great difficulties here,
tenemos la buena fortuna de
but
tener un panel
we're very lucky
estupendo,
to have
un panel de
a
alto nivel.
very
Tenemos,
distinguished panel with us
con
this morning.
nosotros, y lo voy a decir en el orden en que
Now,
van
I'm going to
a exponer.
present them in the order in which they're going to take the floor.
Izquierda tengo al
On my
honorable
left, there is the
Otmar Caras,
Honorable Otmar Caras,
miembro del
who is
Parlamento
member
Europeo
of the European
Austria
Parliament
desde
from Austria,
1999 y
and has been a member since 1999, and the first Vice
del
President
Parlamento Europeo
of the
desde
European
enero
Parliament since
del año 2022.
January 2022.
Él es miembro del Partido del
He's a
Pueblo
member of
de
the
Austria,
People's Party
y es
in
un
Austria,
honor y un gusto
and it's a
tenerlo
great
aquí.
honor to have him with us today.
No? Yes, now. Excellencies, good morning. I can switch to my mother tongue, German. Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin,
Honorable President of the Spanish Congress, Majesty, Honorable President of the Spanish Senate, Mr. Ander Gil, Honorable Presidents and Vice Presidents of Parliament, Honorable Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the European Parliament
and its President, Roberta Metsola,
I'd like to thank you very warmly for this invitation, and I'd also like to thank you for this initiative. On Saturday, the 1st of July, Spain takes over the EU Council presidency, and this is a difficult challenge, both internally and externally, and we wish you all the best. This high-level conference is a good start. Congratulations. We've already heard 28
parliaments, or rather representatives from 28 countries here today, not only from Europe, but from across the world. And they've come here today at this historic site on the International Day of Parliamentarism.
Celebrating here at this historic venue, which the UNESCO with the support of Professor John Keane, declared as the cradle of European parliamentarism 10 years ago. And it is with particular pleasure, as first Vice President of the European Parliament,
to present our joint project,
the Charter on the Role of Parliaments in a Functioning Liberal Democracy. I would like to put this before you and be able to discuss it with you. Yes, we're talking about liberal parliamentary democracy, the foundations of our cooperation and decision-making process, the foundations of social cohesion in our society,
the foundations of the role of parliaments and the participation of citizens in the democratic process.
I myself,
now, I don't know how you think about this, but I personally could not have imagined
that I would have to take such a committed and definitive stance on liberal parliamentary democracy, because for me, we knew exactly what we meant by liberal parliamentary democracy. But this may not be entirely clear for many, because ever more politicians are misusing liberal parliamentary democracy, and they're turning it into a different structure. We're talking about the strength of liberal democracy, parliamentary democracy. This is an essential question, the core element of our work, which is of importance to us in all parliaments in Europe and in the world. León symbolizes this. European parliamentarism is unique, and the European Union is a unique project with its own history, with its own legal system, fundamental rights, and its own multinational parliament, and a government elected by this parliament, a strong chamber of states, and its own court and court of auditors. So all of us are liberal parliamentary democracy. But maybe this is the reason why we're here today. This liberal parliamentary democracy is coming under pressure.
And outside the EU.
Within the European Union and outside the European Union, due to external influences, but also due to undesirable internal developments. On the one hand, we have
there are external challenges, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine,
COVID-19 pandemic,
inflation, the energy and climate crises, digitalization and artificial intelligence,
fake news, disinformation, opportunities for blackmail.
and thus opportunities for blackmail.
And we must remember this. Also internal factors.
Growth of authoritarianism in some places. I just mentioned this. Extremists, populists, and nationalists, which are pushing forward polarization, confrontation, and blockade, and who are placing this above the search for common solutions. The seemingly simple answer simply does not live up to the complexity of the issues. This is a threat to democracy. Law is broken, values are violated, trust is lost, the freedom of speech is restricted, parliaments are silenced through emergency powers, the independence of the judiciary and the separation of powers are curtailed. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all agree we cannot take peace, freedom, and democracy for granted. Ethical and moral progress, as we have seen it over the past few decades, is not a law of nature. What one generation has achieved can be lost by the next generation. Sometimes my feeling is that we are heading in this direction, and therefore we must do everything in our power to strengthen these accomplishments, our accomplishments. According to Immanuel Kant, this is a shared task and responsibility, one that does not cease with the death or resignation of a politician, one that all people of good will are obligated to, and one that we must regain every day. In order for us, parliaments, to preserve, strengthen and daily renew our liberal parliamentary democracy with confidence and success inside and outside the EU. And in order to do this, we need, above all, two things. First, a common understanding of what we are talking about and what we want to achieve together. And second, the political will to implement this in our daily work. The initiative to jointly develop a charter on the role of parliaments in a functioning liberal democracy unites both objectives. All speakers of EU parliaments have welcomed the project on the 24th and 25th of April in Prague. After the kick-off at this conference, we want to develop it further together. And I would like to invite you all to participate. And before the next European elections, at the Conference of Speakers of the Parliaments of the European Union from the 21st to 23rd of April 2024 in Madrid, we want to adopt this charter that we developed together. What should this charter encompass? From my perspective, it should include a common understanding, the fundamental principles and the key ingredients of modern parliamentarism. Who are we, the parliaments of the European Union? Why is there no liberal democracy without us. What is our role today? And what do we want? What do we want to preserve? And what do we want to renew and develop for the future? I would like to mention 7 fundamental principles. First, the key understanding of parliaments as the heart of liberal democracy. We must put beyond dispute that European democracy can only prove itself if parliamentarianism functions, because as directly elected chambers of the citizens, parliaments are the heart of democracy. We represent the sovereign. Second, the importance of parliaments for the separation of powers. We ensure transparency, oversight, we act as legislators, we protect minorities, and we seek common solutions, and we seek majorities for these. The separation of powers between the legislative, executive, and judiciary powers must be lived independently and in relation to each other. This separation of powers is currently not fully guaranteed everywhere. It is increasingly becoming an issue of majority and minority, rather than a separation of powers between institutions. And this leads to a loss of trust in institutions. We are experiencing a shift from parliamentary democracy to governmental democracy, and this weakens the parliaments. It also weakens social and political pluralism. Third, the tasks, powers, and involvement of parliaments in democratic decision-making. Parliaments must have the last word in the democratic process, because the citizens must have the last word. Governments are accountable to parliaments, and not vice versa. Parliamentarism means compromise, not automatism. And this includes the responsibilities for legislation, oversight, and the budget. It includes the elimination of the unanimity principle, which weakens parliaments, double majority decisions of the states and of the citizens. Fourth, the commitment of parliaments to a clear division of tasks. We must not confuse the 4 levels of European democracy: local, regional, national, and European. And above all, we must not play them off against each other. Political decisions should be taken close to the citizens, they should be transparent, efficient, and solution-oriented, and they should be made at the level where the responsibility for these measures lies. Fifth, the commitment of parliaments to representative democracy. Each and every one of us, as parliamentarians, have individual responsibility. We are not influenced by external influences, and we should not let this happen. Mechanisms of participatory and direct democracy can be useful, but they cannot and they must not replace representative democracy. Representative democracy does not mean a yes-no democracy, a black and white democracy, not an either-or democracy. No, it is the search for viable democratic compromises. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end. My 6th point, the commitment of the parliaments to the parliament in presence, in-person meetings. I'm saying this after the COVID crisis. In the spirit of the Latin word parlare, liberal democracy requires a parliament that meets in presence. Digitalization and the pandemic have contributed to the digital transformation of parliaments. But this must not replace votes, debates and negotiations that take place in in-person meetings, particularly not in the legislative area. At the same time, digital possibilities do have the potential to improve the political understanding between parliaments. They can strengthen communication, information and awareness, and they can reduce transport and travel emissions. They can strengthen contacts with citizens. Seventh, the resilience of parliaments to foreign interference, disinformation and fake news. Fact-based information, debates and decision-making are indispensable for liberal democracy. We need common standards to protect the democratic discourse and decision-making process from foreign interference, disinformation and fake news, especially in times of digitalization, social media and artificial intelligence. We, the parliaments and the members of parliament, need research services and adequate equipment to be able to act independently. We need rules on transparency, and we need a transparency register for all those who try to influence our work. Ladies and gentlemen, when, if not now, in times of such diverse challenges, in the middle of a confrontation between systems, threats from outside and from within, and an increasing loss of trust in our work, in political parties and political players. When, if not now, must we deepen our cooperation? Must we act with confidence to support and strengthen our liberal parliamentary democracy and to do our work in public? Let us not be afraid of standing for what makes us unique. Let us not back down as soon as we face criticism. Let us seek public debate. We have to strengthen liberal parliamentary democracy, and we have to encourage citizens to vote and to elect their parliaments whenever elections take place. The composition of parliaments, after all, determines policy making. I am convinced that, yes, we can do it, but only by acting together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caras. I now have the great honor of presenting our next speaker. That is the Honorable Welbel-Bass, President of the Bundestag in Germany since 2021 and member of the Social Democratic Party in Germany since a long time before that. And I have to say it's someone who's had a very important role in the German support for the fair, just cause of Ukraine within Germany and within the G7. So the floor is yours.
Excellency, Speaker, Excellency, President of the Senate, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the invitation to this very special conference. We're meeting one day before Spain will take the EU presidency. I wish Spain much success. You take over the EU presidency at a crucial moment in time indeed. I'm delighted to be here in León, the birthplace of parliamentarism according to UNESCO. Thank you, Vice President Cortes, for your remarks. Colleagues, our democracies are challenged all around the globe, also in Europe. They are challenged at an internal level by populism and polarization, and they are challenged at an external level by authoritarian powers. Sometimes brutal violence is used for this purpose. The Russian war against Ukraine is also an assault on democracy and its values. At the same time, democracies are confronted with hybrid threats. Authoritarian powers infiltrate our societies. With the help of digital technologies, they spread propaganda and disinformation. Autocracies streamline their activities. They pool their forces in order to undermine the existing order. There can be only one response to that. As Democrats, we have to work together more closely too, even more so than we have done so far. International democracy support has traditionally been a task of the executive. However, when it comes to democracy support, governments and parliaments set different priorities. That is why we, as parliamentarians, also have to pool forces in order to defend democracy all around the globe. We have to strengthen each other and learn from each other. And we have to make clear, parliamentary procedures are the core of liberal democracy. In our parliaments, different opinions are raised, and they are translated into the common ground we need. Only parliamentarism makes possible pluralism. Parliamentarism guarantees the rights of the opposition and draws a red line for authoritarian promises. Interparliamentary cooperation strengthens democracies in the face of its enemies. So let's take our cooperation seriously, and let's provide the necessary resources. They are an important investment in our democratic future. Mr. Casas, I would like to seize the opportunity and thank you and your colleagues from Interpares. Thank you for organizing parliamentary partnerships. We at the German Bundestag see clearly the benefit of the program on democracy support. In addition, this kind of exchange helps us to assess our own procedures critically too. Colleagues, we Germans have learned from the experience of National Socialism. A democracy has to be able to defend itself against its enemies. Since that time, we have been pursuing the principle of what is referred to as militant democracy. Let us further develop the principle of militant democracy together for the times of hybrid threats and digital authoritarianism. First, we have to strengthen the resilience of our societies, and we have to strengthen our parliaments. And I would like to explicitly state here that the German Bundestag can learn from others. In Germany, we have to get better at dealing with digital disinformation and at countering cyber attacks. Second, we need tighter regulations in the sense of a militant democracy. We have to hold the providers of messenger services and digital platforms accountable. And we have seen some successes in the EU, but there's still room for improvement. It is difficult to predict the further development of artificial intelligence. But one thing is clear. AI can be misused to destabilize other states. That is why we urgently need a common approach of democracies. And I am very pleased that the European Parliament has taken the lead here and has passed an ambitious draft for the first AI Act worldwide. Colleagues, the fact that many people feel dissatisfied in stable democracies too should give us pause. Authoritarian systems exploit this dissatisfaction in a manipulative way. A militant democracy has to actively involve its citizens. At the Bundestag, we have gained some experience with deliberative procedures of citizen participation. In May, the Bundestag set up the first Citizens' Assembly of this electoral term. 160 persons have been selected at random, and starting in September, they will look in depth at one specific topic. After that, this Citizens' Assembly will submit recommendations to the Bundestag. I believe that this is a tool with much potential and that it can complement our parliamentary democracy in a productive way. We should always engage in self-criticism, but let's not forget about our strengths. Democracies are more efficient because they are able to learn and because they do not only form alliances of convenience. No, they are able to engage in true cooperation. Colleagues, this conference too reflects democratic solidarity. I'm very much looking forward to your experiences and to hearing about your expectations when it comes to our cooperation. On this very day of parliamentarism, this conference is sending a strong message of unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to President Bas. I also like to thank you for your kind mention of the work of my colleagues in Pares. The Bundestag has constantly supported the work of Inter Pares. I'd also like to say that Germany is a member of our organization, which I'm very proud of. I'm now going to give the floor, and it's a great honor for me to present the Honorable Markéta Bejarova Amadova, who is the President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic and has been so since 2021, and is also leader of the Top 09 party. Now, it's a great pleasure to have you here, and you have the floor.
Oh yeah, okay, it's much better. Madam Speaker, dear Marichal, dear Speaker of the Senate, speakers and members of Parliament, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the upcoming Spanish Presidency of the EU Council, for hosting this important and timely event. I'm really delighted that I can speak here today in León, one of the cradles of the European parliamentary democracy. But the role of Spain in the struggle for the political rights and representation has not ended in the 20th century. There are many other inspiring chapters in the history of your country. At the end of the 1970s, the successful transition to democracy, la transición española, became a pivotal part of a large democratization wave. Only a decade later, this wave reached the Central and Eastern Europe, and those that had been suffering under the communist oppression finally achieved their democratic aspirations. Why this is important to remind? Back in the time, more than 30 years ago, almost no one would question the fact that parliamentary democracy is the best political system ever invented, the most viable, the most adaptable to change, the most competitive. But what is even more important, it is by far the most representative and the fairest political system. Later on, however, many started challenging these claims. There have emerged powers that tried to foolishly convince the global public that a combination of the ruthless capitalism and dictatorship is more attractive and alternative to parliamentary democracy and market economy. Even more dangerous, though, were those in our own countries who started challenging the democratic system from within, recklessly pursuing their own selfish goals, while at the same time enjoying the freedoms and rights which, ironically, only democratic system can offer. This trend accelerated with the unprecedented events of the last several years. First, the COVID-19 pandemic, and later on, the Russian aggression against Ukraine. A fertile ground has emerged for radical populist and anti-democratic forces, forces that do not hesitate to abuse the legitimate grievances of our societies. This perilous trend must be reversed, and all political institutions and players have to face it together. It is a natural part of the democratic process after all. As our keynote speaker, Mr. Keane, rightly put it, democracy is not something accomplished and has to be constantly protected and improved. However, it is the situation of Parliament that requires special attention. These core institutions of our political system are in a particularly difficult position. It is a fact that the approval rate of parliaments has been low for some time. This was mentioned before, it's over the whole world the same. Much lower than the approval rate of the executive or judicial powers. It is partly understandable, because our assemblies are often scenes of passionate political conflicts. What is new, though, is the deliberate effort to paralyze the works of parliaments and to undermine its legitimacy. Therefore, we must start taking this seriously and actively come to the defense of the institutions that are the cornerstone of the democratic systems. Maybe it will be necessary to remind ourselves and our citizens of the importance of parliaments and the parliament democracy. From the evidence-based perspective, the history teaches us that a parliamentary system of government is more conducive institutional setting for fostering democracy than other settings, presidential or semi-presidential systems. A parliament brings together more political and societal groups that possess their genuine legitimacy. The main tool of parliamentary work is a debate that is also the underlying principle of any democratic regime. Parliaments may de-escalate social clashes through its internal working procedures. Parliaments are also the supreme political institution with a direct link to voters and citizens. Their role is to act for the sake of citizens. The more open Parliament is, the more citizens feeling the representativeness of political system. In practical terms, we should focus on several priorities which could help enhance the credibility and leadership role of parliaments. Let me briefly mention some of them. First, parliaments should be forward-looking. Instead of just reacting to development, parliaments will have to work on setting the agenda and serve as a platform in which strategic political debate on future direction of our societies take place. Second, parliaments need adequate capacities. They need a structured, comprehensive, well-organized, and holistic approach to enhance their role and functions in modern democratic states. Already in 1928, when he was speaking of the crisis of parliamentarism, the first Czechoslovak president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, stressed the need of institutional capacities. He emphasized that parliaments absolutely need the expert knowledge and urged parliaments and bureaucracy to work hand in hand instead of competing. Third, the parliaments need to cooperate at international level. Given that we all face analogical challenges and problems, we should step up our cooperation. There is a clear need of a robust parliamentary diplomacy. Lastly, an issue that is definitely not the least important. As a woman speaker, I cannot ignore the issue of women in politics. Women are still not adequately represented in top political positions. Those who are in the top positions are very often subject to repulsive personal attacks. Attacks that explicitly or implicitly target our gender. I know very well what I am talking about. The project of parliamentary democracy cannot be completed without the proper representation of women. This issue also has to be addressed in close cooperation among parliaments. Let me conclude by inviting you all to an important event of the parliamentary diplomacy. On October 24th, Prague will host the second year of the Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform. Last October, our Ukrainian and Croatian colleagues hosted the successful first year in Zagreb. I'm very happy that we have agreed with Verkhovna Rada, the Ukrainian parliament, and its chairman, Stefanchuk, that this year this event will be hosted in Prague. The Crimea Platform focuses on the Crimean Peninsula and the fact that it is illegally occupied in a clear breach in the international law. The platform also has a global dimension and it underpins the very basic principles of our current rules-based order. I look forward to meet you all in Prague in October. And let me use this opportunity to thank our Swedish colleagues for a wonderful and successful presidency. They are just finishing. And to wish our Spanish colleagues to have as well very important but very successful presidency of the EU. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, President Adamova. I'd also like to say that the Parliament of the Czech Republic is one of the other parliaments that is very actively supporting the work that we're doing here in Inter Pares. Thank you so much for this. So now I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Honourable Catherine Kotani Hara, the Speaker of the Parliament of Malawi since 2019. She's a member of the Congress Party of Malawi, a very important party, and she's the first woman who presides over the Malawi National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Speakers from both houses from Spain, the mayor of the city of León, the Secretary General, and my colleagues, speakers present here, and all honorables present. First, let me thank the Spanish government for the warm welcome that you've given us, and also for the organizers for inviting Malawi specifically to be present at this very, very critical and important meeting. Thank you very much for considering and inviting us as Malawi. I am going to talk about the Inter-Parliamentary Partnership Project at the beginning, because as Malawi, we are one of the beneficiaries. We have this project together with our friends in the Czech Parliament, which Inter-Parliamentary is funding. And I think this just proves and shows the importance of parliamentary diplomacy, because this project is getting people from Parliament of Malawi, especially those that work in Parliament, to interact and work together with their colleagues from the Czech Parliament. As you know, we say garbage in, garbage out. Meaning, as Parliament, we've actually prioritized ensuring that our members of staff are very well equipped. If we want to get best performing members of Parliament, we need our members of staff to be at their best. So we've concentrated on ensuring that we capacitate our members of staff through this project, and in that way, they support the members of Parliament in order for them to do their constitutional right, which is oversight, legislative, and representation. And this has worked very, very well, and we're very grateful to our colleagues who have given us that support, and EU for the support that you've given us. As you know, members of Parliament, when they come to Parliament, they're coming from various backgrounds. And that means it's not that easy for them to do some of their roles effectively if they don't get good support. For example, we have people who are nurses, but yet they're in the Public Appointments Committee, which is supposed to be scrutinized accounts for the government. And if you can't give them that support, then you're not going to get the best in terms of scrutiny from them. And that's why we feel supporting these members of staff helps to capacitate our members of Parliament, because they're coming from various backgrounds, but you want the members of Parliament to scrutinize, to do their legislative responsibility properly. And because of this, we now have a budget office in the Parliament of Malawi, which has been supported from the same program, because before we did not have a budget office. I know so many of your parliaments who have specific budget offices that are there to scrutinize the budget, because that's probably one of the very critical roles that we play, and that's scrutinizing budgets from the executive arm of government. And we felt that is a very critical area which needed support in order for us to give government the proper scrutiny that it needs. And I just wanted to say that on this, it becomes a problem in a resource-constrained country like Malawi, where you have the executive arm of government dictating how much as a government they will give different sectors, and making it very difficult for us as members of Parliament to actually do the proper scrutiny. For example, if my members of Parliament were to decide to say that we think health is #1 priority, the chances that they change the budgets is almost close to zero, because the government would have already put in the ceilings. And in real sense, sometimes parliamentarians feel like all they're doing is rubber stamping what is the executive arm of government has already presented. But the catchword they use is we are resource constrained. So that on its own brings in quite a lot of challenges. And as I've said, members of Parliament coming from various backgrounds versus the executive arm of government who have the expertise, qualified accountants, for them to match with my members of Parliament becomes a problem, because we are not accountants. And yet you're expected to scrutinize this very important document from the government. And that's why this support for us is very, very critical. And I would encourage as many parliaments as I can to actually support us in work like this, individually or indeed as through EU. because we want democracy to thrive in our country. And democracy can only thrive if we are able to do what the people that we represent tell us to do. But it becomes a challenge when we can't do it because of the resource constraints, and that is what is used for us not sometimes to do our role and our job properly. So the support that can be given to parliaments like Malawi, which I'm sure for those that have read about Malawi, it's one country which is very resource constrained. And therefore, sometimes our democracy is disturbed because of the resource constraint that we have. So this project particularly is very, very important. And I would like to encourage us to do even more in order to get even our own honorable members of parliament to come and see during your debates, during your budget scrutiny, how this is done in order for us to actually enhance and promote democracy. I just also wanted to talk about the issues, global issues that we have, how those affect countries like Malawi. Somebody might say Malawi is so far away from here, so far away from Ukraine, so far away, and yet we're probably one of the countries that is hit most by whatever is happening globally. For example, I'll take the issue of fertilizer. Malawi does not produce fertilizer. We rely on other countries. And Malawi is a country that has people who go on a day on an empty stomach. Now, we have a challenge where cost of living is gone up so high. Cost of fertilizer has gone so high because of the conflict. At the end of the day, instead of us having 1 million people starving, we end up having 2 million people who cannot eat at the end of the day because of conflict somewhere. And that's why we feel that parliamentarism and democracy is very, very important, because for those of us that already have a lot of challenges, this is proving to be even more and more challenges. And that is coming after we had gone through problems to do with COVID. And before we had recovered from the COVID, then we've had these other challenges. I think it's time that as a world, we need to look at the countries that already had issues and problems, resource constraint, and now these challenges, it means double tragedy for countries like Malawi. And then for us as members of parliament, when we're doing our oversight roles, representation roles, it becomes even more of a challenge, because we used to have quite a number of development partners, be it the EU, individual, bilateral, multilateral. Obviously, because of the challenges you're facing, we're getting quite a number of countries saying we can't continue supporting anymore because we are also going through economic challenges. That is even more damaging for a country like Malawi, because we can't get the extra resource that we would get. And what that means is the members of parliament themselves are now constrained in terms of what they can do for their country. In areas where, for example, health and agriculture, where we would get countries supporting us, they've now probably reduced their support to Malawi. And as members of parliament, the little resource that is coming from the envelope of government is what we have to distribute. Sometimes not because that's the best way of distributing it, but obviously we're politicians and we end up going for what is the most popular. Populism becomes the most used factor, instead of looking at what are the real priorities. So these conflicts are also bringing in that challenge, in a sense that we've been hit because the resource envelope is becoming smaller and smaller. And organizations like EU and so many other multilateral organizations actually do give countries like Malawi aid. At the same time, we also do get loans. And there are times that these loans will come through Parliament for scrutiny. Parliament needs to approve whether the government can get a loan from EU, for example. As the executive arm of government, the priority is to get a loan now, because that's going to solve an immediate problem. For Parliament, we scrutinize because we're feeling these loans that we're getting as a government, what do they mean for future generation? Are they sustainable? Can we continue at that path? But because you get the executive arm of government to say, we need this, sometimes we compromise our oversight role, because we don't want to look like we're the ones that are blocking development. But at the end of the day, in terms of scrutiny, we're supposed to look at, is this sustainable? Can we continue in that path? Can we get more loans as a government? But when it comes to us as members of parliament, that's a time that we have to show and prove that we there representing the people. At the same time, we don't want to be perceived as blocking development, because that's how the executive arm of government sometimes will come out and say, okay, parliament doesn't want us to get this loan. They are blocking development. It's not blocking development, but probably you're looking at the sustainability of issues. So there are those conflicts that come in between the executive and the legislature in terms of what is a priority. We are the people's representative. But of course, you have to remember as well that we get into politics through party politics. And at times, as a politician and belonging to political parties, you feel the right way to go is A. But because you belong to political parties, and I think it was mentioned earlier, you're talking of the majority rules. Sometimes you end up moving with a majority, yes, because that's the right way to go in majority. But is that the practical way to go? I think these are questions that are very fundamental and that we need to be asking ourselves as members of Parliament. I also just wanted to say that it was mentioned about separation of powers. For the first time in Malawi, I think about 2 weeks ago, we had a conference on separation of powers for the first time in our country, because we felt that there are times that one arm of government feels they're much more powerful than the other. And in many cases, it's the executive, because they control the purse. In Malawi, we don't really determine what our budget as parliament should be. And obviously, the areas that are cut are usually the ones that the executive arm of government feels it is pushing more on them. For example, the oversight. If we want to do public hearings, those are the areas that are hardly ever funded, because obviously that's where you're going to unearth what happens in the executive arm of government. And the judiciary as well, there are times they feel that the funding they get is not what they want. The executive is at liberty to decide how much we get as the other branches of government. And the times that the legislature, the judiciary also feels as parliament, we step on their toes. And we felt having this meeting was going to bring us together to iron out issues that we feel need to be ironed out. For example, we're discussing to say maybe as parliament and as the judiciary, we should be getting a certain percentage of the national budget for us not to be going with a begging bowl to government as and when we need to do activity. Because that way, that is going to give us more independence and is going to help us to do our role as parliamentarians much, much better. And that has helped us because it's shaping the way in terms of how we should look at ourselves. So we are not in competition with each other. We are all supposed to help in terms of development, but everybody needs to know where their limits are. We have had sometimes court cases that have been determined that we feel are infringing on the rights of parliament. For example, there are times that as a speaker, the speaker was supposed to declare certain members of parliament their seats vacant. That was some 5-7 years ago. And what the courts did was to pull out an injunction on the speaker to say you can't make a determination. And I think that is standing up today 7 or 8 years, meaning the speaker couldn't make a decision because the judiciary had decided to put an injunction. Now, those are the issues that we're discussing. Yes, the courts are there for relief, but I think it's supposed to be temporary relief. And let the speaker make a determination. Once the determination is made, then the courts can take up to see if the judgments were fair or not. So those are the issues that we're discussing. And as a country, we think we're advancing. But I thought it is very, very important for us to actually continue pushing for parliamentary diplomacy. Just this morning, I had a meeting with a Slovenian speaker. In the course of discussing, because as we're saying, the parliamentary diplomacy, it's much easier, there are less hurdles. We're able to discuss issues that are for the benefit of my country, because as members of parliament, we have less bureaucracy than our colleagues in the executive. So parliamentary democracy, I think it's something that we need to use, complementing our colleagues in the executive, because that's much easier, it's got less hurdles, and I think we understand each other as parliamentarians much, much better, and we can actually drive an agenda for our country as well. For example, the issues that I've discussed with my colleague speaker from Slovenia, it's now I to push with my colleagues in the executive to make sure those are taken on board. So I think parliamentary democracy is very, very important, and I would like to thank you once again for listening to us, and thank you once again for inviting a country like Malawi to participate in such an important forum. And I think the need for us to look at what is happening globally cannot be overemphasized, looking at the times that we're going through now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm now even happier to see that the work that Inter Pares is doing is appreciated, and that people are benefiting from this work. It's wonderful to be able to set up these exchanges and partnerships.
Democracy in Malawi to thrive, Madam Speaker, and we are here to support your work. So, a ver, podría ponerme a hacer un resumen de todo.
No, I could try to summarize everything that's been said, but I'm not going to do that. Firstly, because the presentations that have been given have been clear and eloquent enough, so I don't need to summarize them. And there's also a practical issue that we have to solve together. We've got, it's 5 minutes to 11, so we don't have time, says the speaker, to finish this panel. And so we have to then take the photo. And that's because His Majesty King Philip is going to be with us, so we have to respect the time. So we have 20 minutes, says the speaker. And there are 8 people who have requested to take the floor. Now, I've done some things in my life that are difficult, but I don't think it's anything more difficult than giving the floor to parliamentarians. But I'm going to have to be absolutely implacable in limiting the time you have to take the floor during these 20 minutes. So I'd really ask you to please, when you take the floor, don't speak for more than 2 minutes. We really do need to stick to that. And we need to follow the list of speakers. So please keep to these rules of speaking for 2 minutes. And so now I'm going to give the floor to the Honourable Dr. Marta Matrai, the Deputy of the Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly. And please, I apologize in advance that I really am going to have to fulfill this very unpleasant responsibility of requiring you to keep to 2 minutes. So, Dr. Matrai, I give you the floor. Well, if you can bring a microphone to Dr. Marta Matrai. If you want, I'll give the floor to the next speaker, and then I'll come back to you, if that's okay. While we sort out the problem of the microphone. So, the next request of the floor, and then we'll go back to Dr. Matrai.
¿Están funcionando los micrófonos del todo? Vamos con el siguiente orador. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. No? Oh, it seems that the microphone is working, and Dr. Madre can take the floor. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Dear presidents, dear participants, thank you very much indeed for allowing me to speak here. The Parliament thinks it's very important to organize events like this. Now, the presidency of the EU and also the twinning of parliaments or technical assistance are very important when it comes to developing democracy. I'm very happy to let the distinguished participants know that the Parliament has learned a great deal since joining the EU in 2004. We consider that parliaments to be all on a level playing field, and the Hungarian Parliament has been one of the most successful parliaments as members of the EU in applying its programs. And in this context, I'd like to draw attention to two fundamental principles. On the one hand, we've worked with a lot of other EU partners to establish the fundamental values of the EU in our programs, and we've always fully respected the requests and needs of recipient parliaments. There are some fundamental principles, but each country is different, and so we all need to find our own model for things to work. Nothing can be imposed, because this system would be unstable. We have a long list of successes, but it's important to point out that our participation has covered many areas. The Hungarian Parliament has so far implemented 12 twinning programs with Romania, Turkey, Moldova, Croatia, Albania, Bosnia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. We've also participated in other training programs funded by the European Union, and so we've brought in experts from Macedonia, Tunisia, and also the Chamber of Deputies of Morocco. Morocco was invited by our French friends. The National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Laos has also received bilateral cooperation from the Foreign Ministry in Hungary, Inter Pares. When Inter Pares began in 2019, since then we've been involved in 4 associative groups and also worked with the Parliament of Bhutan. Yes, you do need to wrap up. Yes, the participation of EU parliaments is extremely important because strategic autonomy in Europe has to be part of demonstrating the complex democratic models in Europe, in other countries, and in other continents. So we're very happy to take this opportunity to be here in today's event, contributing to the framework established by the Inter Pares and the European Commission. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Dr. Madrai. I'm now going to give the floor to Mr. David Achius. He's the Vice President of the Chamber of Representatives of Malta.
Good morning. Good morning, and please, Mr. Vice President Karas, give our best regards to the President Roberta Metsola, President of the European Union, Excellencies, honorable speakers, colleagues. First of all, excellent work carried out by the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union, and we thank also the Presidency now of Spain, and we thank you all also for taking the opportunity to commemorate the International Day of Parliamentarism by inviting us to share our experience and insights on such a momentous occasion. Obviously, as the Irish playwright George Bernard Shaw famously said, Democracy is a device that ensures that we shall be governed no better than we deserve. This is a simple but strong statement, meaning that the effectiveness of parliaments depends on us, elected representatives. 2 years ago, the Maltese Parliament celebrated 100 years, the achievement of self-government in 1921. As societies grow and develop and expectations and aspirations of the people evolve and become more complex, parliaments need to keep up with these developments if they are to remain relevant. More transparency and better access using technologies and accountability in the behaviour of members of parliament are two aspects that come to mind in this respect. If we fail to acknowledge the importance of such demands, together with the impact of technology and AI, artificial intelligence, which is reconfiguring the very fabric of our existence, we are at the risk of being detached from those that we are elected to represent. Regaining the lost trust of the electorate would be no easy task. In Malta, all political groups agreed to give more voice to our population by 1. Giving the right to vote in local and general elections to 16-year-olds. 2. By adopting positive discrimination to the least represented gender in representation in our parliament. This meant that as a result of the last general election, we added 12 women to the Maltese parliament. I am confident that many of you can agree with these notions, which show that no matter where we come from, our history and experiences are indeed very similar, and that we share many common challenges. Bilateral and multilateral interparliamentary are at the heart of this cooperation. The established parliamentary assemblies and regional parliamentary organizations such as Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean provide a platform for parliamentarians from different countries to come together, exchange experiences, and learn from each other. Through this international parliamentary cooperation, nations can learn from each other's success and failures, strengthen democratic institutions, and promote democratic values globally. In the European Union, with the support of IDEA, has come to be a crucial player.
Yo no tuve nada que ver, ¿verdad?
Hello? Okay. The last sentence.
Soy inocente de eso.
Has been crucial a crucial player in developing the capacity of parliaments in partner countries through the Inter-Pares project by enhancing the legislative, oversight, representative, budgetary and administrative functions. The Maltese Parliament has had the opportunity to participate in one such project. We can unanimously say that we greatly value the potential of such a targeted and formalized cooperation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias sobre todo por la
Thank you very much for being concise. I'd now like to give the floor to the Honourable Urška Klašokar-Šupančić, President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia. I give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be very brief, and in my intervention I wish to make 3 separate points on how I see the potential of parliamentarism in enhancing democracy with and beyond national borders. First, we must prove to our citizens that parliaments genuinely lie at the center of decision-making process, and this is very important. This means parliaments must retain their sovereignty of action in all circumstances, because the COVID-19 pandemic was a litmus test for parliamentarism to prove its role at the pinnacle of democratic life. When executive measures, even emergency measures, limit citizens' fundamental rights, they must always be based on law and subject to rigorous parliamentary scrutiny. And I wish to emphasize that again. Parliaments must build their resilience, strengthen their positions vis-à-vis the executive, and apply this to their everyday operations. Secondly, parliaments should continually address inequalities permeating democratic societies. As the first female president of the National Assembly in the history of Slovenia, I wish to specifically point out the issue of gender equality. In essence, gender equality represents a fundamental question of democracy, as it concerns providing equal opportunities for
for both halves of our population, including political representation. At a global level, unfortunately, the share of women parliamentarians still reaches only about 25%. And finally, I wish to emphasize the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and interparliamentary cooperation, such as the Honourable President of the Parliament of Malawi also said. I am a strong proponent of parliamentary diplomacy, and I believe that parliamentarians should constantly learn from each other and build mutual trust and understanding through people-to-people contacts. Bearing in mind the value of our different political traditions, I have also tried to focus part of my own international activity on countries and parliaments from regions beyond Europe, such as North and Sub-Saharan Africa and East Asia. So, ladies and gentlemen, democracy without strong parliamentarism lacks sufficient legitimacy, which underpins our citizens' trust into public institutions. Parliaments are and should stay the most important institutions of democracy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President Šupančić. I'm now going to give the floor to the Right Honourable Ms. Gabriela Morawska-Staniczka, Deputy Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A strong parliament is fundamental for the development of democracy, both in the democracies that the states that want to create a democracy, but also in those where democracy has been around for a long time. So through interparliamentary associations, parliaments can receive very important indicators that allow them to effectively comply with their constitutional roles of legislating and supervising the executive, as well as maintaining close contact with citizens. Thanks to cooperation between parliaments, we also know how to modernize our institutions to satisfy the growing expectations of citizens in relation to parliaments. Our voters are part of an information society that is going through an important digital transformation, and we hope that parliaments and parliamentarians will be up to the task. It's not just about technology, it's also about the quality of work and access to products. Citizens, our voters, see parliaments through the lens of their current needs. They assess whether the product we provide them is of quality, if it responds to society's needs and the needs of the economy, or if it's a poor quality product. Because things are often written in ways that citizens don't understand and that are incompatible with other norms and laws. Now, they don't often relate to people's genuine everyday needs. So it's so important for parliaments to work together, both in administrative and political fashion. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Vice President Morawska. And you have excellent Spanish. It's much better than my Polish, certainly. Thank you. I'm now going to give the floor, with great pleasure, to the Right Honourable Elvira Kovac, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. This is the last person to request to take the floor, and I'm now going to give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speakers of Parliament, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, allow me to extend gratitude to the Spanish President of the Senate and the Speaker of the Congress of Deputies for organizing this event, and to wish Spain and all of you a lot of success within the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the EU. I would like to use this opportunity to remind us all of the United Nations statement of the reasons for marking this day, Strong parliaments are a cornerstone of democracy. They represent the voice of the people, pass laws, allocate funds to implement laws and policies, and hold governments to account. They work to make sure that policies benefit all people, especially the most vulnerable. Fully understanding the current geopolitical, security, and energy situation, we support the priorities of the Spanish Presidency and thank them for recognizing the Western Balkans again in the context of the enlargement policy, but also as an important pillar of European security and stability. For us, the enlargement process is of great importance for keeping the reform momentum going and as an additional incentive for meeting the accession criteria. It is crucial that the countries in the region cooperate in the harmonization of national legislation with the EU law, take common position and jointly act before the European institutions, particularly in the spheres that will enhance our citizens' quality of life. As parliamentarians, we need to further promote cooperation as we are confident that it will contribute to the social, democratic and economic development of all the countries. It is up to us to work and explain to the citizens that the reforms are directly related to the EU, which is the largest foreign trade partner of Serbia and its largest investor. I would like to invite the European Union and the governments and parliaments of its member states to support Serbia's effort and to ask for the understanding of the delicacy of our situation. We believe that Serbia, as a reliable EU partner, can make a significant contribution to Europe to achievement of peace, security and economic stability. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidenta
Thank you very much,
Kovacs.
Deputy Speaker
No
Kovacs.
tengo a nadie más en el uso de
There
la
are no
palabra.
further
Miren,
requests to
si
take the
los
floor.
parlamentos pueden funcionar con esta
No,
eficiencia
if
y
the
esta
parliaments can be this
eficacia, hay
efficient
futuro
and
para el
effective, then there's
parlamentarismo, puedo
definitely
asegurar.
a future for representative democracy.
En el minuto que me queda, voy a
Now, I have 1
aprovechar
minute left, and I'm going to use
para
that minute
agradecer de
to
nuevo
once
a
again
quienes han organizado
thank all
esta
those who've
actividad,
organized
en
this
particular a
event,
las Cortes Generales
especially
de España,
the Spanish Parliament.
agradecer y apreciar la contribución
I'd like
de
to
nuestros estupendos ponentes,
thank the contribution of our excellent speakers, Karas, Hara, Vas, and Adamova.
Realmente ha sido un gusto tener esta discusión.
It's been a great pleasure to have this debate.
Además, la mejor de las suertes a España
I
en
wish
el
the
empeño que
best
están emprendiendo
to Spain for
partir de
the
mañana.
responsibility it's taking on as from tomorrow. It's a
Y debo
difficult
decir,
task,
y aquí
complex task.
lamentablemente me pongo el sombrero de donde
Now,
vengo,
I'm going
que
to put
ojalá esa
the hat of where I belong from. Let's hope that this Spanish
haga mucho por
presidency
las relaciones entre la
does
Unión
a lot
Europea y América
for the
Latina,
relations
que es un
between the
tema que me
European
interesa.
Union and Latin America, which is what
Es
most
una
interests me
oportunidad
personally.
histórica que
So
no se va a
this is a
repetir
historical
pronto, por lo
opportunity
menos.
that
Así que les
won't be
deseo la mejor
repeated
de las
soon.
suertes.
So I
Y
wish them the best of luck.
finalmente, nos deseo colectivamente
And
la
I
mejor de las
wish
suertes
all of
en
us
este
the
esfuerzo colectivo
best of luck in this
de
collective
preservar
effort
lo que es mejor
to
en la vida
preserve
democrática, porque
the
ese
best
esfuerzo
of
de
our
proteger la
democratic
democracia en un momento en que
culture.
está siendo
We need to
asediada
protect
globalmente,
democracy at a time where
no
it's
es
been
nada más ni nada
where it's under
menos
attack.
que un esfuerzo por proteger y
And this
preservar
is
la
an
dignidad
effort
humana.
to
Eso es lo que
protect
nos convoca
human
y
dignity.
eso es
This
lo
is what
que-
brings us
lo que nos
together,
debe hacer persistir
and this
en
is what
esta
we need to
tarea.
continue to
Muchas
do.
gracias. Un
Thank you very
aplauso
much,
para nuestros
and a round of
ponentes
applause
y
for all of our
quedamos
speakers.
ahora en manos de los organizadores para lo que
And
venga.
the
Gracias.
organisers will guide us through the rest of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ocupen sus asientos, por favor. Ocupen sus asientos, por favor. Su Majestad el Rey.
His Majesty the King.
Bienvenidos a la sesión inaugural del Día Internacional del Parlamentarismo, este año dedicado a reforzar la democracia, fortaleciendo a los parlamentos. Intervendrá en primer lugar el presidente del Senado, don
Underhill. You have the floor, sir.
Muy buenos días, bienvenidos y
Good morning,
bienvenidas
welcome
a todos y a todas
to
a
all of
España,
you,
a
to
Castilla y
Spain,
León,
to Castilla
a
y León, to León,
maravillosa
to
ciudad
this
de
lovely
León.
city of León.
Quiero
I would
agradecer
like
a
to
Su Majestad el
thank
Rey
His
Felipe
Majesty, the
quien
King
nos
Philip
acompaña
VI,
hoy en este
who
acto
is
tan
here with
importante.
us on such an important occasion. Your Majesty,
Presidenta del Congreso de los Diputados,
Honourable
querida
President
Felipe
of the
Ministro
Chamber
de
of
la
Deputies,
Presidencia,
Mrs. Batet,
Bolaños,
Felix
alcalde,
Oraños,
Antonio
Honourable
Díez,
Mayor
alcalde de la
José
ciudad,
Antonio Díez, the
de esta
Mayor
bella ciudad
of
que
this
hoy
beautiful
nos
city,
Presidente de la
President
Comunidad,
of the
Presidente
Autonomous Region, President
Mañueco,
Mañueco,
del Gobierno,
Delegate of the
miembros de la
Government,
Mesa del Congreso
Honourable
y
members
del Senado,
of the
parlamentarios
Chamber,
y
of the
parlamentarias,
Senate, members of Parliament,
presidentas y
presidents and
diversas cámaras,
of the different
por supuesto
chambers,
también a los
and
representantes de
also
diferentes
to the
organismos
representatives
europeos,
of different
resto de
European
autoridades,
organizations,
invitados,
authorities,
trabajadores y
guests,
trabajadoras de las Cortes Generales,
employees of
trabajadores y
the
trabajadoras
General
del
Cortes,
Ayuntamiento de León,
employees
gracias
of
a todos
the
ellos por haber hecho posible esta
municipality of
importante
León, all of the people that have made it possible to host
Queridas
this
amigas
important
y
meeting.
amigos,
Dear
esta
friends,
legislatura que
this
acabamos de finalizar
legislative period, which
ahora en
is to
España
conclude in
ha
Spain,
sido dura.
was a tough one.
Fuera de España, sin duda,
Outside Spain,
también lo ha sido, pero
the
me consta
situation has
igualmente
been similarly
que el
difficult,
mundo
but it seems to me that
ante
parliamentary
estas dificultades
life, faced with these difficulties, has made a huge effort to face up to them and to demonstrate that it clearly believes in the democratic ideals. And in the very nature of parliamentary activity, the essence of the democratic game and the values of representative democracy, the parliaments, the elections, and the rule of law are a clear proof of this. We are here in León today to celebrate the International Parliamentarism Day. The place has been selected because of its origin and its achievements. I will not be giving you too much detail on the history because you'll be listening to a more qualified voice, Professor Keane. But I do want to highlight, and it is important to look back in time and to focus on some essential concepts: the limits of power, representation of citizens, the different forms in the decision-making processes. All this is based on parliamentarism and democracy. It allows us to strengthen our systems, it allows us to evaluate them, to improve upon them, and to protect them. We cannot have institutional fundamentalism, as Schneider calls it, and we can't possibly have a linear line of history. And of course, everything is fine is not a value that we would adopt either. I'd like to say that there are no reasons to be concerned, but I think I wouldn't be speaking the truth. I'm worried. I'm concerned. And to a certain extent, I'm really unhappy with certain situations. This morning it was said that certain people are questioning the most important progress that has been achieved in Spain as far as fundamental rights are concerned. Deterioration of democracy, degradation of the institutions doesn't happen by chance. It happens because of specific decisions taken through people and organizations that work within our democracies. The enemies of democracies are not just external enemies, such as extremist regimes, dictatorial or religious regimes. As was said this morning, we have internal enemies: populists, radical nationalists, the extreme right. As called by Podorov, these are the intimate enemies of democracy. Some would like to see the abrupt end to democracy by use of violence, and the internal ones are trying to undermine this, to turn it into a bureaucratic process and to denaturalize democracy. They instrumentalize democracy to destroy it. This may sound terribly alarming, but actually I think it is. In the light of this very serious concern, I'm convinced that the problems of democracy can only be solved if we have more democracy. But democracy doesn't mean that we need to be ingenious or to turn all this into an institution which is badly understood. Democracy doesn't mean to speak from a rostrum and to turn your head as if nothing has happened. We need to have an active attitude. We need to be committed, and we need to have mobilization of citizens to stop these attacks. There is no law which would work in favor of fundamental rights. There is no natural law that works in favor of us living together, and there is no law for social peace. That doesn't exist. All of us need to defend this every day, all the time, everywhere. And precisely one of the tools of populism is to feel that the people are masses and to find simple solutions to complex problems. And the way in which populism thinks is a fallacy, and their full achievements are a fallacy too. And fear is what they try to propagate. As Umberto Eco says, that is the way in which we build the enemy. They are the ones that make democracy ugly. They use false dilemmas, that is either them or us, our rights when faced with everyone's rights, and to empty our democracy of content will not succeed. And why do I believe this? Because the strength of our institutions in Europe is very clear. It is not easy to damage the institutions of a democratic state. I trust in civil society, which will make sure that they will not put an end to their social base. Let us remember resilience and vitality of our present democracies. When Steiner spoke about this very serious question as to what can we contribute to the European past and its immensity, he was asking a very serious question, a far-reaching question. We need to remember the past of Europe, to not forget and to remember, but we need to also find space for the future. Let us strengthen the participatory processes, the decision-making process. Let us establish a dialogue. Let us negotiate. That is what we can contribute to the history of Europe. That is what we can do. We can keep democracy, liberal democracy, strong and alive. And let me just speak about the brilliant work of Professor Keane. Professor, you say that populism is a disease, an autoimmune disease of democracy. So we need wise, democratic citizens who realize that they and authorities don't necessarily know everything. And allow me, Professor, to add that we also need citizens that show compassion, that are astute, that are creative, courageous, to explain the truth and to be victorious over dictatorship. So this is what we need to do, living under such uncertain times. Thank you. Can I now give the floor to the next speaker, the Speaker of the Spanish Chamber of Deputies, Mrs. Meritxell Batet. You have the floor.
Majestad,
Your Majesty, Honourable President of the Senate, President of the Junta of Castilla y León, Minister of the Presidency, relationship with the Cortes and democratic memory, President of the Cortes of the Parliament of Castilla y León, the Mayor of León, presidents and members of the parliaments, authorities, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. It is an honor for me to welcome His Majesty the King of Spain, who has wanted to be here with us during this inaugural act of this parliamentary conference. On behalf of the Spanish Parliament, we'd like to thank you very warmly for your presence, which clearly makes this day more symbolic and more solemn. And the reason why this is an important day is for several reasons. First of all, we celebrate the International Day of Parliamentarism, and this to highlight the democratic values of our parliaments, especially under the present circumstances, and the role that parliaments need to play in order to strengthen our role. We have representatives here, high-level representatives of parliaments of 20 countries, the European Parliament and the Conference of Regional Legislative Assemblies of Europe. 10 presidents of parliaments are here today. Thank you. Here in León, thank you so much for your presence. The second reason why this is such an important day is because it's taking place at the very spot where the very first Cortes in the history of parliamentarism took place. This is the Cortes of the Kingdom of León here in this same cloister, this in 1188. These stones have a history of over 900 years. This symbolism doubtlessly will make sure that our debate will be broad and very profound, aware of our past, but also aware of the importance to build our future. The third reason is really the subject we're going to be discussing. Over the last few years, we have seen certain phenomena which call into question the strength of our democratic systems. We have seen images which have caused us concern and amazement. That is, how is it possible to have such serious attacks to the institutionality in democracies that are well placed? We see polarization in democratic societies, which has an impact on the quality of public debate and on the agenda which the media dedicate time to. The communication system has led to new channels, the social media, which have led to simplification and to make messages more spectacular, fragmentation of audience, and the propagation of hate and fake news. We also see authoritarian regimes who try to condition the proper functioning of our democracies. In this context of threats, it is crucial for us to share our analyses and especially to find a common framework to act. When faced with common threats, we need to unite. I don't know whether there was a golden age of parliamentarism, but what we do have is a shared idea of Parliament, of the values that it has as an institution and the function it needs to develop. The Parliament, as we said this morning, is the democratic institution par excellence, where we see participation and representation. It is the house of the word. And let us remember, it is the house where we listen. It is the place where ideas and projects are contrasted, where we try to mediate in conflicts and try to conciliate differences. The parliaments play an important role in representing the pluralism of society, to promote and to establish guarantee of the governance, and also to integrate through agreements the respect of a balance between majorities and minorities. But in the light of the challenges that we are facing as parliamentary democracies today, just as in the times of Burke and Constant, the role of the representatives is important. We're the representatives of citizens, and we don't just shoulder the privilege of exercising this representation, but also to make sure that our duty is to be consistent, to preserve the values of tolerance, respect, and pluralism. We need to be exemplary when we play our roles. Our words and our acts need to be of value, to divulge this to the citizens. That is why the role of a parliament is so important. I believe that we, the representatives, are the first line of defense of parliamentary democracy. In today's conference, we will have an opportunity to think about the threats and the challenges that we have in our parliamentary systems. The high level of the participants will ensure that this debate will be very valuable. It has already been so this morning. I'm convinced that the results will be beneficial to all. I would like to conclude these words by highlighting that the presence of His Majesty the King makes this particularly valuable. The expression of our parliamentary democracy and our constitutional monarchy clearly underscores the essential role of parliaments in the institutional design of our democracies. Thank you, Your Majesty, for being here with us, and thank you for listening.
We will now hear from His Majesty the King. Good morning to everyone. President of the Congress of Deputies, President of the Senate, Thank you, President of the Regional Government of Castilla y León, Ministers, President of the Courts, President of the Parliament of Castilla y León, Delegate of the Government for Castilla y León, Mayor of the City of León, Presidents and members of participating parliaments in this very important event, Monsignor Father Abad, who is hosting us in this Real Colegiata, dear ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I speak here before you with a deep respect for what you represent, and with a deep respect for those whom you represent. It's a very special honor for me to inaugurate this here today in León. This event celebrates the International Day of Parliamentarism. And I'm very happy to be able to welcome you to Spain and to this dear city of León. Presidents, delegations, representatives of European parliaments and of other associated countries. When we think about how our parliaments function and how to strengthen them in their fundamental role to ensure a functioning democracies, this is something we always have to do. It's something extremely useful, and it's of great benefit to our democracies. The vitality of our institutions depends largely on the trust given to us by citizens. Their shared ideas and beliefs on their value, on their utility, that makes these institutions legitimate. There are great challenges in the past, in the future, in parliamentary democracy, which we're going to look into in detail in this event. And the fact of debating this improves democratic governance. We all agree that we need to reinforce parliamentary democracy. By reinforcing parliamentarianism, we can build more robust, more stable societies that are also more confident in themselves and better able to solve their problems. This is something that is particularly important in current circumstances. We see an erosion of our democracies. There are a number of threats today. There are various different forms of threats, but producing a common framework of collaboration is something that we all agree is urgent. We need to create such a framework. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is taking place in León, in the Real Colegiata and Basilica of San Isidro. And I'm sure you're already aware of this. I'm sure you've heard that this is no coincidence. It's very significant. This is one of the great jewels of Romanic art. And in 1188, under the new king, a 16-year-old king, Alfonso IX of León, and here the first documented cases of a parliament were set up. Now, this is an extraordinary historical event, not just in the history of Spain, but for all of Europe. In this court, under Alfonso, they created a Magna Carta for León, which guaranteed the protection of people and property of subjects against the abuse of power. There was a concept of individual rights. These initial ideas of Parliament were developed between these walls: representation, the value of freedoms, balances of power. This was a historical landmark. Now, this inaugural pioneering quality of the Court of León and its Magna Carta was recognized with the recognition by UNESCO, saying that it is the oldest example of parliamentarism in Europe. The idea of Parliament has certainly evolved since its medieval origins. It's also absorbed elements from the ancient world. But Parliament has always been something that represents the people. And through its representation, it passes laws, approves budgets, and has its function of controlling the executive power. The institution of Parliament and democracy are based on the rights of all citizens to participate in public life. This is a right that requires freedom of expression of public opinion and open debate, in which all people can hear ideas, opinions, data, information, and on that basis, all citizens can draw their own conclusions. Democracy is about debate. It's about contrasting ideas and opinions, but within a common space where everyone does share the value of truth and tolerance as opposed to the rejection of the other. A common space with the same sense of a common good that rejects egoism and exclusiveness. The representative institutions have a fundamental role. They have to conciliate and they have to reach agreements amongst diverse views. The Parliament symbolizes diversity, and they have to give a sense to a common purpose. And this is very much a task that continues to this day. Ladies and gentlemen, the heart of Europe is democracy. The drive to create the European project came from the will of citizens to reinforce and extend the Union. Parliaments have played a crucial role in this process because the idea of Europe is inextricably intertwined with parliamentary democracies. Plurality, respect for difference, the desire to understand the other, debate, agreement, all as tools for progress. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has led to parliaments across Europe not just showing their solidarity with Ukraine, but also this desire for unity in defending the principles that make us European. This is a time to come together against a common threat. in other words, this illegal war. And this same unity needs to be strengthened to face other threats against democratic parliamentarianism. These are threats that affect all of us, and therefore the response needs to be shared action. The conference that we have today is an opportunity to strengthen this common work. This work needs to be done at the high level across European parliaments, and we need a fruitful and profound debate. The history that is held between these walls will certainly help us and inspire us to ensure that this common reflection debate is as fruitful as possible. Now, I'm sure that this day will be very successful, and I wish you the very best. Thank you very much. The inauguration session of the conference has been completed, and we're now going to start a work session. And it will be the President of the Senate, Don Andergil, who will introduce this new session.
Good morning. Once again, today as a guest, our guest speaker is John Keane. John Keane was born in the southern part of Australia, and he is professor at the University of Sydney and also in the University of Berlin. He studied in Adelaide and Toronto and King's College in the University of Cambridge. He's the founder for the first Centre for the Studies of Democracy in London, 1989. He's also the co-founder of the Sydney Democracy Network. He's known as one of the most important political thinkers. His work on democracies and the history of democracy is very important. He's the author of The Life and Death of Democracy. He's an eminent speaker on this subject. Mr. Keane, we're living under difficult times, very confusing times in which people doubt of the strength of the institution and of democracy, and individuals that attack democracy. Times where the messages of encouragement don't abound. Professor, your words, however, do encourage us. Your reflections encourage us and make us react when faced with such a hugely complicated and complex reality. But it does us a lot of good because it gives us a warning. So thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank you wholeheartedly. It is really a good thing for you, sir, to explain the value of the first documented event of the true cradle of parliamentary democracy. And it is you who can give us further insight on mythical subjects related to this. From this incipient parliament in León, other initiatives which centuries later gave form to representative democracy. There were many different original elements which have led to today's parliamentarism. The first was the limitation of royal power. But let us not remember that we're talking about 1,180. And this is a fact which is indisputable and deserves to be mentioned. And then the representative of citizens by in cities, but not through elections. And lastly, a new way of taking decisions, taking into account different interests, diverse interests. So there is a vital connection between those democratic steps and today's parliamentary democracies to represent collective and individual rights of society. I also believe that today we know more and more about the history of the Cortes of León. The virtue of those Cortes was the awakening of peoples to a new form of relating to power, and also a way in which they could exercise power. Another teaching that we can extract from those Cortes, Alfonso IX depended, and his interest depended on the interests of all representatives. And this is just as true for today's parliamentary democracies. We celebrate democracy in all our countries jointly because when representatives of popular sovereignty meet, and when they do this in the very place of the cradle of parliamentarism, we are very satisfied that parliamentary democracy is still alive despite those who try to undermine it. But let me highlight that Professor Keane does speak about the external threats and particularly the internal threats to democracy and parliamentary democracy. But he also highlights our capacity to put a brake to this trend and is warning us to act speedily. I know that the lucidity of the democides, that you call them democides, which shed light on this complex situation that we are faced with. One of the slow examples of democide, as you refer to, is populism. Populism which very quietly tries to put an end to our democracies. You say that democracy dies when a government which is democratically elected manipulates, subtly tries to undermine the institutions of constitutional democracy. That is to dismantle democracy on behalf and in the name of democracy. Professor Keane, however, you don't want us to fear too much. You feel that we need to look into this democide very carefully to give a proper place to the foundations of civil society on which democracy is based. Professor Keane indicates and gives us an idea of the historic path and the way in which democracy was developed. But you also call upon us to reflect upon this, both upon its past and its present. In his book, The Life and Death of Democracy, he talks about monetarized democracy, which is after representative democracy. And now that we're enthusiastic about the role of civil society and its fair role, he warns us of a dangerous enemy, an enemy that is capable of neutralizing parliaments and parliamentary democracy. And yes, again, I'm talking about populism. Thank you for your intellectual and personal commitment, Professor Keane, to make this world more humane and fairer, and we're very interested in listening to your speech. Professor Keane, you have the floor.
Su Majestad el Rey,
Your Majesty,
Right Honorable Senor Gil, Right Honorable Senora Batet, Damas y Caballeros, ciudadanos, ciudadanas, ladies and gentlemen, buenos días, hola a todas. Muchas gracias por la invitación a León. That's the end of my Spanish. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already heard that more than 8 centuries ago, in these magnificent sandstone cloisters, a young king convened the world's first Parliament of Representatives. The beginning was unexpected. a surprise so startling and precious that later generations jostled to lay claim to its fame, as in England, where politicians and historians have long been fond of saying that their House of Commons is the mother of parliaments. The little room, as Winston Churchill said in the dark year of 1917, that serves as the shrine of the world's liberties. Well, my La vida y muerte de la democracia politely questioned this English prejudice. It showed how, in the spring month of March 1188, in this walled former Roman town of León, a full generation before King John's Magna Carta of 1215, King Alfonso IX did something extraordinary. He invented an instrument of government, soon to be called a Cortes, or a parliament, a place where differences of opinion were freely debated and laws made peacefully based on negotiated agreements among representatives of various social interests drawn from a wide geographic radius. The remarkable invention came laced with ironies. The Cortes was among Europe's first precious gifts to the world of modern representative democracy. Yet the unfashionable word democracy played no role in its birth. There was another irony. The world's first parliament stood for the open acceptance of differences, yet it was a child of recolonization and empire building, a moment in the bitter Reconquista military struggle of Christians to snatch fields and towns from the Muslims of northern Iberia to set Spain on a course to become the greatest power in early modern Europe. At the heart of these ironies stood King Alfonso. At the ripe age of 17, returning from exile in Portugal, he accepted the crown of a kingdom beset with military, monetary, and moral problems. The young king was inexperienced, wet behind the ears, but he caught his doubters and foes off guard. He sprang a large surprise. Was he the bullfighter, so sure of his coming demise that fear lost its grip and courage made possible his fight back? Had exile taught him the art of historical intuition? That is the phrase of the famous Spanish philosopher Ortega y Gasset, this precious sixth sense of knowing what will work and what won't work in any given circumstance. We can't be sure. What is clear is that Alfonso chose to convene the first ever meeting with representatives of the leading local estates. He gambled with his crown. Young Alfonso turned to the local nobility, the warrior aristocrats who were committed in their bones to the reconquest of their lands. He called as well on the bishops of the church, the estate that saw itself as the guardian of souls and the spiritual protector of God's lands. And he summoned the citizens of the towns, the kiwes, the moneyed good men, the boni homines, respected for their role as elected officers of the town councils called fueros. It was from within inside this medieval triangle comprising the nobles, the bishops, and urban citizens, the representatives of soldiers, souls, and money, that the modern practice of parliamentary representation was magically born. What happened here in León wasn't breaking news. This was not yet the age of breaking news, but the first ever Cortes, as contemporaries soon christened it, radically altered the poetry of politics. It gave a new meaning to the word Cortes, which until then had been the local term for both the town where a king resides and a city council whose representatives made proposals and demands and granted services to a monarch. As for the word representation, procurador, there's an outside chance from my research that locals had absorbed the notion from local Muslims, for whom a legal representative, a wakil, was a religious judge chosen by a merchant to act in his stead, for instance, handling his lawsuits and acting as the merchant's banker and postmaster. The members of the first Cortes who gathered here were certainly familiar with the Latin term procurator. It referred to a man who acts as an agent of another man with his consent. It referred to someone authorized to appear before a court to defend another person in a lawsuit or dispute. It was a word, procurator, that was used as well to speak of an official known as the Procurador General, who took care of the property and well-being of the city, who acted as a guardian of the interests of the poor, a Procurador de Pobres. The León Parliament transformed the language of politics. It was also a great refusal of absolute monarchy. This Cortes was no gathering where monarchs waved the flags of courtly pomp to impress their subjects on bended knee. Against the backdrop of war, the old custom of meeting to swear fealty to a sovereign's will was cast aside. Tough bargaining among conflicting social interests in the presence of the king was the new monarch. A parliamentary monarchy was born. The first parliament was held in these cloisters of the Church of San Isidoro, named in honor of the good Bishop of Seville, who was famous for his maxim that only those who govern well are true monarchs. This Cortes produced up to 15 decrees. The authenticity of several is disputed, that together amounted to something like a constitutional charter. The king promised that in matters of war and peace, pacts and treaties, he would hereon consult and accept the advice of the bishops, the nobles, and the good men of the towns. It was agreed that property and security of residents were inviolable. The representatives accepted that judicial proceedings and the laws they produced would be respected. It was also agreed that there would be future meetings of the king and the estates. We need to pay attention to the profound historical and political significance of what happened here in León. The assembly was the first recorded gathering of all three estates. The interests of the towns had hitherto been ignored in meetings convened by the monarch of the region. We could say the surprise inclusion of the towns was the beginning of many centuries of social and political struggle to equalize parliamentary representation, a struggle that's by no means over today. But there was more. The Assembly of Representatives of the nobility, church, and towns promised a new way of governing. The Cortes method of handling power supposed that guarantees of fair play could foster political deals among conflicting interests without resorting to the use of naked force. In striking contrast, say, to ancient Athens and its democracy, where citizens feared division and supposed that democracy required an undivided sense of political community, the Cortes rested on the opposite precept, on the unavoidability of competing and conflicting interests, and for the sake of the common good, the desirability of forging peaceful compromises among them. Please allow me briefly to put things a bit more abstractly. We could say that the Cortes redefined politics in four ways. First, its embrace of representation sharpened people's sense of the contingency or alterability of power relations. The Cortes questioned arbitrary power. It encouraged representatives to summon up the courage to tell the king to go to hell. Well before the age of party politics, the Cortes also underlined the point that representatives don't necessarily share the same realities, and that parliaments are therefore spaces in which reality itself becomes contestable and negotiable. The Cortes, we could say, anticipated Cervantes. It destroyed the metaphysics of reality. Within its walls, representatives affirmed that things always have at least two sides, that the windmills of hard reality are inescapably shaped by interpretations that lend them significance. But the Cortes had a third important effect. It offered the possibility of turning disagreements about reality into binding agreements in support of the common good. During these years, Spain was not yet a country, of course. It was very much an invertebrate polity, again, to quote Ortega y Gasset. It was paralyzed by social divisions, rebellion, and threats of war. So the Cortes offered the possibility of combining social and political divisions into a more integrated polity, making a people with straightened spines, a people bound together by their reliance upon parliamentary institutions and agreed laws, backed by the king. And finally, the Cortes made possible long-distance government. It widened its footprints. The Cortes showed that representative governments could govern their subjects at arm's length without losing their trust and consent, exactly because those involved in making decisions were entitled to snap at the heels of the monarch to defend their respective interests in his presence. What do we know about the subsequent fate of the Cortes of León? Well, encouraged by military victories over the Moors, the surviving evidence shows that the Cortes managed to survive for several centuries. Long-distance government based on the consent of its subjects worked. Indeed, by the end of the 14th century, following a merger of the neighboring kingdoms of León and Castile, the kingdom's representatives enjoyed considerable powers. Their right of gathering and presenting petitions, their insistence that agreements struck by the Parliament were legally binding, became customary. Yes, there was plenty of strife. The Cortes was the site of intense bargaining about definitions of the welfare of the realm. Money was often the key cause of friction. There were constant reminders by the representatives that the kings were forbidden from levying extraordinary taxes without the explicit consent of all the estates. Before the end of the 14th century, there were times when the Cortes reportedly demanded an audit of the court's expenditure, even rebates on taxes that had already been paid. The new León style of government proved geographically infectious. During the 13th century, Parliament spread from León and Castile to Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, and Navarre, to Sicily and Portugal, England and Ireland, and the empires of Austria and Brandenburg. During the next 2 centuries, parliaments appeared in the large majority of German principalities in Scotland, Denmark, Sweden, France, the Netherlands, Poland, and Hungary. Nearly all of these late medieval and early modern parliaments survived until the 17th and early 18th centuries. Despite the growth of absolutist states, which crushed the assemblies of Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, many continued to function until the eruption of the French Revolution in 1789. The Navarrese Cortes, the Swedish Riksdag, the Hungarian Diet lasted into the 19th century. The powerful estates of the Duchy of Mecklenburg survived intact until 1918. By that time, with the collapse of empires and a catastrophic world war, a laboratory of democracy in which Europe resembles, as Tomáš Masaryk put it, a laboratory atop a vast graveyard. It was in this period, after 1918, a period in which Europe was a laboratory of democracy, that most European parliaments were besieged by political parties, trade unions, suffragists and suffragettes, and other citizens demanding universal suffrage. Many observers expected the dawn of parliamentary democracy, but as we know, the cruel opposite happened. The butterfly of parliamentary democracy became the caterpillar of arbitrary rule.
The long democratic revolution unleashed by young King Alfonso was stillborn. Here's another irony. Just as the people mounted the stage of history after 1918, demanding one person, one vote, parliaments were racked by factional disputes, fierce resistance, and acts of violent sabotage. In Yugoslavia, Romania, and other countries, monarchs strangled parliaments. Military-backed dictators also savaged their parliaments, as happened in Pilsudski's Poland. Totalitarian rule triumphed in Italy, Germany, Russia, and Spain, and also in China, which might otherwise have become the world's largest parliamentary republic. During these first decades of the 20th century, the downfall and disappearance of parliaments gathered pace. Politicians dressed in frock coats and top hats, all of them men, grew scared. Lenin spoke of the spirit of dead bourgeois parliamentarism. It certainly fractured and paralyzed parliaments in this period. Governments rose and fell in quick time. In Portugal, whose first 15 years of Republican government had been marred by dozens of governments, 8 presidents, and countless attempted coup d'etat, the words of the new dictator Salazar blew like a winter wind across the whole continent and well beyond. So long as there is not some retrograde movement in political evolution, Salazar said in 1934, I am convinced that within 20 years there will be no legislative assemblies left in Europe. Salazar's wishful prediction almost came true. By 1941, there were only 11 parliamentary democracies left on our planet. Only 3 survived in Europe: Britain, Sweden, and Switzerland. But what then happened? Well, historians and political scientists tell us the good news that after World War II, parliamentary government made a stupendous political comeback. The not-so-good news is that the long post-1945 renaissance of parliaments is, in my view, today losing momentum. We have heard many laments of this kind this morning. There's certainly writing on the walls of parliaments. We are living through times in which parliaments are again plagued by legitimacy and performance problems. We need to pay special attention to this new trend. My point is, we aren't backsliding to former times, say to the catastrophes of the 1920s or 1930s, or even to the world of overnight emergencies of the kind that gripped Spain on February 23rd, 1981. The moment described with great precision in Javier Cercas' Anatomía de un Instante, a wonderful book which describes how, in a hail of bullets, a frightened Cortes fell to the floor and was held hostage for 6 hours by golpistas. More recent events in Bolivia, Burkina Faso, Mali, Myanmar, Sudan, Thailand, and Yemen suggest that armies are still enemies of Parliament. But in my view, the forces threatening the integrity of parliaments are nowadays different. They seem more banal. Their rhythm is different. But I want to say that these new threats, if left unthreatened, will in the long run destroy parliaments as effectively as happened a century ago in the heartlands of Europe. What are these new sources of ruination? Most obviously, rising tides of reputational damage are lapping around Parliament's doorsteps. Look at what is going on in France. Cynicism, grumbling, ressentiment, angry citizens' protests are becoming commonplace. On an already overheated planet, parliaments are said to be hot air chambers, mere talk shops, fabricators of unreality, warehouses of division, irrelevance, and incompetence. Parliaments are the butt of bitter jokes. My father was Irish. He was working class. He liked to say that there was only ever in history one man who entered Parliament with honest intentions, and that man was Guy Fawkes, otherwise known as Guido Fawkes, of course, who was the plotter who was hanged by the neck for planning to blow up the House of Commons. He was, of course, a Catholic, and he was on the side of Catholic Spain. This was my father's joke. Guy Fawkes was the only honest guy who ever was a representative in Parliament. Well, tomfoolery and contempt for politicians from the harm parliaments from the outside, but just as worrying are, I think, the forces of decadence within the walls of parliaments. There's not just the grandstanding, the slam-bang rancor, the misogyny, and the cluelessness of more than a few politicians. Parliaments are materially corrupted by the combined forces of lobbyists, dark money merchants, and revolving doors. Take the United States. In Washington, D.C., this tangled complex of government agencies, think tanks, corporations, academics, and lobbyists with big toes in the lawmaking world of Congress is known for obvious reasons as the blob. Something similar is happening in the European Union, where in Brussels alone, nearly 12,000 organizations on the current voluntary EU lobby register declare that each year they spend a total of just under 2 billion euros on their craft. There are at least 7,500 organizations that operate without scrutiny in and around the European Parliament. Whatever you think of the ethics of lobbying, the fact is government by moonlight is a growing problem in every parliamentary democracy. Mandatory accountability registers, comprehensive integrity checks to ensure ethical fair play among lobbyists are typically in short supply. India's lower chamber, known as the Lok Sabha, is the nightmare instance of what happens when lobbying, dirty money, shady deals, blackmail, and criminality get the upper hand. In what is otherwise known as the world's largest democracy, more money is spent in India on elections than in the United States, even though average per capita income is only 3% of US levels. There's no state funding for political parties, and there's no proper regulation of party finances. The upshot is that in Mr. Modi's India, Parliament becomes a place where business deals happen, where organized crime operates, and where there is, it's an Indian specialty, resort politics happens. This is the practice when there is an attempt to push through a law where speakers of parliaments and leaders of parliaments take their representatives to a resort hotel, usually 5 or 6 star, and they bribe them to vote in a certain way. I don't think you should get any ideas about this. But the consequence in India, following the 2019 elections, is that 43% of members of parliament in the lower house have declared criminal cases against them. Self-declaration is an election rule. 29% confessed to serious criminal charges, which include murder, attempted murder, kidnapping, rape, and other crimes against women. The Indian case shows how, in the name of democracy, parliaments can slowly become nothing less than big meetings of more or less corrupted souls. The old saying that the word politics comes from poly, meaning many, and ticks, meaning blood-sucking parasites, then applies with a cruel vengeance. The decadence that I'm describing is perfected when parliaments fall victim to executive capture, to what Thomas Jefferson called elective despotism. In more than a few of today's democracies, the center of gravity is shifting from parliaments towards media-spun presidential rule. When this colonization of parliaments happens, the spirit of the León Cortes is replaced by the mantra of Charles de Gaulle. Politics is much too serious a matter to be left to elected, time-wasting politicians. The trend resembles a slow-motion coup d'etat. It is backed by tactics, we've heard some of them this morning, tactics such as government whipping, gag orders, voter deregistration, emergency rule, talk of budget constraints, punishments of whistleblowers, kickbacks and favours, and the encirclement of Parliament by hand-selected appointments of friendly bureaucrats, judges, and other high officials. All this happened, or began to happen, during the Donald Trump presidency in the United States. Things grow worse when populist parties and their demagogues get their paws on the levers of government. Populism accelerates the transition to elective despotism. In effect, populists and their demagogues want permanently to prorogue parliaments. Populists like Erdogan, Kais Saied, AMLO in Mexico, Vucic, Kaczynski, they favor executive rule. They prefer what the English used to call rump parliaments, chambers that resemble chunks of rotting meat infected with maggots, parliamentary representatives who, in the name of the people, do little more than serve their executive masters on bended knees. Things grow much worse, in my view, when populist governments privatize and marketize whole areas of life. When so-called neoliberalism gets the upper hand, parliaments are blindsided. They become complicit in the growth of what could be called democracy exclusion zones, self-regulating banks, lawless tax havens, secret military-industrial complexes, unregulated data harvesting media corporations, all of whom decide things without parliamentary scrutiny and legislative constraint. So in this 30-minute sweeping summary of the institution that you know much better than I do, what can we say about the future of parliaments? Well, when thinking about these various decadent trends, it's tempting to conclude that the post-1945 renaissance of parliaments is coming to an end, even that we're already entering the age of what I call phantom parliaments, legislatures in more than a few countries that are simultaneously real and not real. They're form without much content. Some might welcome a shift to phantom parliaments and executive rule. But before the kava is poured, let's consider the counter-trends and the reasons why, in these years of the 21st century, the Cortes model of government remains indispensable, or so I want to say to you. I want to say that nothing is set in stone. To speak in quantum terms, contemporary parliaments are in a state of superposition. Just as the fate of Schrödinger's cat in a box was undecidable, so parliaments are today suspended unpredictably between alternative outcomes. Fightbacks are possible. They are necessary. Remarkably, renewals are happening at multiple points on our planet. Consider Denmark's Folketinget. In meetings called consultations, its powerful European Affairs Committee regularly grills ministers real-time during sessions of the Council of the European Union. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea has signed off on the world's first comprehensive laws against verbal abuse and bullying. Kaptil is the Korean word. Bullying and verbal abuse by family-run conglomerates and other powerful organizations. Romania's parliament is now digitally fed citizen suggestions and complaints with the help of Ion, sharing my name, John, an AI smart robot, say the comedians in Romania, designed to improve the intelligence of politicians. In September, Bebelbas has already mentioned, the German Bundestag will begin receiving non-binding reports from lottery-selected citizens' assemblies. Parliaments are also heavily preoccupied with time past and time future. The Welsh legislature regularly consults with the world's first Future Generations Commission. New Zealand's parliament has granted ecosystems the rights, powers, duties and liabilities of a legal person. The cross-border Nordic network of Sami parliaments, a case of interparliamentary cooperation, promotes indigenous self-determination, and so on. How are we to make good sense of this new wave of experiments? My suggestion is to see them as points on a larger canvas, single performances in a grand carnival of parliamentary efforts to rejuvenate the spirit of the Cortes. Shadows are certainly falling on too many of the world's parliaments, but these innovations, I believe, are the first signs of a dawn of renewal. These parliamentary experiments are today doing what parliaments did for over 8 centuries. In the name of the common weal, they represent the claims and interests of the represented. They are significant because they remind us that parliamentary representation is by definition tricky business. Populists and demagogues be warned. Representation is not a simple face-to-face contract between a representative and an imaginary people or nation. Representation isn't mimesis. It has a vicarious, fiduciary quality. And this means that when voters choose a representative, representation is as much an ending as it is a beginning. Representation is an open-ended process contingent upon the assent, disappointment, and displeasure of the represented. When representatives underperform or fail on too many fronts, they are sent to hell in a handbasket. These principles of representation, traceable to the León Cortes, convened by Alfonso IX, are most definitely alive and kicking in the new parliamentary experiments. That's why today textbooks still tell us that the prime task of parliaments is to represent the interests of citizens by means of free and fair elections. But I want to say to you this morning that there is an error within the textbooks, because if we look more closely at what today's smart activist parliaments are actually doing, we see there's something new, something very 21st century and of great historical significance ignored by the textbooks. Parliaments, I want to say, aren't just chambers where elected politicians represent their constituents. In our age of monitory democracy, democracia monitorizada, legislators are becoming what I wish to call watchdog parliaments. In the name of the common good, they blow whistles, they sound alarms, they warn of wicked problems, and they pass laws to push back or ban power exercised arbitrarily. The contrast with parliaments of yesteryear couldn't be clearer. You can only see this with a sense of history, with a sense of a pair of eyes in the backs of your heads. Think of it this way. The first ever Cortes was born of military reconquest. Parliaments of the more recent past were too often the castles of the aristocracy. They were bourgeois mansions. They were parlors of male privilege. They were also engines of empire. By contrast, today's watchdog parliaments, when they work well, stand against conquest in all its various forms. Especially when generously resourced, watchdog parliaments specialize in the public scrutiny and restraint of predatory power. They stand against foolish governments which abuse their power. Watchdog parliaments snap the chains of majority rule, the blind worship of numbers, by granting voices and rights to minorities excluded from high politics. These parliaments also alter our shared sense of time. They extend the vote, the franchise, to endangered species, to wronged ancestors and future generations. In opposition, say, to predatory corporations, greedy banks, rogue mining companies, watchdog parliaments protect and promote the rules of the democratic game. Not to be underestimated is the way they tackle long-term problems currently neglected by the short-term mentality of election cycles. Ladies and gentlemen, my time's up. My farewell idea is that watchdog parliaments are more than the guardians of electoral integrity. As champions of the public monitoring and restraint of power, they target complex, difficult, wicked problems. Their job is to find just solutions in such matters as artificial intelligence, tax havens, polluted environments, pestilences, stateless peoples, and the business of ending wars. When performing these functions, paradoxically, watchdog parliaments push beyond what used to be called the parliamentary road and the fetish of periodic elections. Actually, they help redefine democracy because they give it teeth. Electoral democracy becomes monitory democracy. Democracy comes to mean nothing less than free and fair elections, but something much more. Citizens' freedom from predatory power in all its ugly forms, including our unsustainably reckless relationship with the earth on which we dwell. It's true that these new watchdog parliaments are fragile. There are no grand political theories that come to their defense. Think of John Stuart Mill's classic 19th century considerations on representative government. These watchdog parliaments lack how to do it operating manuals. This is to say that watchdog parliaments enjoy no historical guarantees of success. Except to future historians, their chances of survival are currently unknown. The only thing that's certain is that the spirit of these watchdog parliaments, the spirit of young King Alfonso IX, is the grit we humans are going to need as we struggle wisely, equitably, democratically with the rich opportunities and cascading dangers of our 21st century. I know you are all hungry, so I shall simply say, muchas gracias, děkuji vám, herzlichen Dank, zikomo kwambiri, kuzenem, merci beaucoup, fala, thank you very much.
Advertimos a los señores participantes que el almuerzo está servido en el claustro.
Not sure what they said.
Well, nothing that they wouldn't understand from the context.
No,
the king is leaving, something like that.
Yeah. The king's leaving, and now everybody else is leaving. Okay, good. D'accord. So I'll put my stuff here.
Okay. So
you
I'll
want to
take this one.
Those,
Yeah,
right?
that's great.
And I'll put mine here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start with the second table. I know that after lunch always is more difficult to keep the concentrate, but we are going to try to have an interest speeches, and I'm sure that will be interesting.
Now, the historian Eric Hobsbawm starts his autobiography referring to a Chinese proverb, "Fortunately, you will live through interesting times." Despite the first impression, according to Chinese experts, you don't need to consider this good wishes. You need to consider this a bad wish. Time is interesting when you see a break in the known order and there is a time of uncertainty, of ruptures. So Hobsbawm called the 20th century, as an interesting century. These 21st century have not led to the radical changes of the 20th century, including two devastating world wars. But after the events that we've lived through, we can certainly call these interesting times along the lines of this proverb. Our democracies are faced with threats and challenges and is shaking the foundations. Fake news, polarization, populism, impact of artificial intelligence, which is still uncertain, which we are not quite clear about, an attack to democratic institutions. All these challenges imply that we need to react. European values are at stake, the ones that we identify with. The weapons of democracy are debate, tolerance, and respect. When faced with polarization, we need more tolerance, not less tolerance. When faced with fake news, we need more freedom of expression and more exercise of journalism, more exercise of communication in order to offer true information to citizens. The means of defense of our institutions means that we need to involve the citizens. They have our governments in their hands. We need to strengthen the awareness of the value of democracy. We need to protect democracy, and that is a role of the parliaments. This is a subject that we shall be tackling during this session. We shall be listening to several speakers, different speakers of parliaments, members of the European Union, and then we will also have a debate. So the first speaker, I have the honor to give the floor to the Speaker of the Slovenian National Assembly, Urška Klakočar-Zupančič. And I really do apologize for the way I pronounced your name. Urška Klakočar-Zupančič.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I had the opportunity to pay an official visit to Slovenia, and I was very warmly welcomed in Slovenia, and I'm really grateful. And I know that your discourse is extremely intelligent, very interesting, and you're somebody who's extremely well trained, and I'm sure that you will be shedding a lot of light on this matter. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much, dear President Batet Lamagna and President Gil Garcia, distinguished fellow speakers and parliamentary colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. When President Batet invited me to deliver this address, I did not hesitate for a moment, as it was precisely my profound personal commitment to fundamental European values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law that made me decide to enter parliamentary politics. Over the past years, our societies have been confronted with a series of crises calling for a strengthened defense of our democracies and democratic institutions. One such crisis is the brutal invasion of Ukraine, an illegal military aggression by the autocratic Russian regime taking place at the very doorstep of our Union. Importantly, beyond generating significant geopolitical shifts in the short term, this crisis has, in the long term, put the questions of democracy and internal threats to democratic processes back high on the agenda of both international and national institutions. Turning a blind eye to illiberal and autocratic tendencies is no longer an option. In this whirlwind of changes, parliaments are called to re-establish themselves as centers of democratic legitimacy, tasked with upholding the rule of law and the values contemporary Europe is built upon. Parliaments are representative institutions elected by the body politics to which they are accountable. When citizens feel their involvement in governance is limited, their political disengagement becomes a cruel reality. Declining trends in voter turnout in many European countries are a telling indicator of disenchanted voters who feel unrepresented by their political leaders or their policies. In this regard, I am glad that the last Slovenian parliamentary election, the voter turnout was the highest in over 20 years. To sustain such trends, we are working hard to support a vibrant civil society and promote civic education that will equip citizens, particularly the youth, with the knowledge and skills required to participate in democratic processes. Our National Assembly, for example, is visited by several schools every week, giving young people the opportunity to experience parliamentary work in person. Ladies and gentlemen, a thriving democracy also requires inclusive political dialogue, which in the era of modern technologies has come under significant threat. The use of social media and digital platforms by political actors does not live up to the promises of virtual democracy. Quite the contrary. Digital tools are often used by political opinion leaders as a means of spreading hate speech and misinformation. This fuels populism, drives polarization, breeds extremism, and makes misled citizens unknowingly contribute to perverted electoral processes, thereby corroding one of the most sacred democratic institutions, free and fair elections. A combination of such impacts may lead to instances of a complete breakdown of the social fabric, as we have seen in the attacks of the United States Capitol and the National Congress in Brasilia. As parliamentarians, we have a fundamental responsibility to act against all illiberal tendencies. Freedom of speech is a value indispensable to European democracy. However, free speech ends the moment it infringes on the equal right of others to personal dignity and security, as consistently confirmed by the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. Hate speech is a populist tool for gaining political power by driving wedges in our societies at the expense of selected scapegoats. We must abhor behavior that promotes intolerance and exclusion. In parliamentary debates, we must strive for a high level of culture in dialogue by respecting the diversity of our opinions, while at the same time condemning hateful and populistic rhetoric. Parliaments are places of critical and well-argued debate, not verbal slaughterhouses. Just like hate and intolerance, false news and misinformation are equally corrosive to democracy. COVID-19 conspiracy theories, disinformation campaigns surrounding the war in Ukraine, and false news perverting electoral processes worldwide are some of the striking examples of how misinformation represents the cancer of contemporary democracy. In a democratic society, informed citizens rely on accurate information to make rational decisions. Misinformation disrupts this process by distorting perceptions, manipulating emotions, and introducing false narratives. When individuals base their decisions on inaccurate information, democratic decision-making is compromised.
Addressing the consequences of misinformation requires collective efforts with and beyond our borders. We must promote media and digital literacy, support critical thinking, and adopt legislation demanding transparent and ethical practices within media and technology platforms. We must stand firmly in support of independent journalism and free media, particularly free public media, which serve as watchdogs holding politicians accountable for their actions, thereby maintaining transparency and integrity within democratic systems. I hope that the European Media Freedom Act, once agreed upon, will help to secure our citizens' right to freedom of information as enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy at home and abroad stands before a myriad of challenges: pandemics, wars, financial and economic breakdowns, and climate change are only a handful of exemplary crises that fuel the engines of populism, intolerance, misinformation, and other threats disrupting democratic processes. I'm convinced that the topics we are discussing here today must trickle down to all levels of national parliamentarism as well as into interparliamentary cooperation. Threats to democracy are not to be taken lightly, nor should they be overgeneralized or oversimplified. Like any other fundamental value we hold dear, democracy should not be a scarce commodity, but rather flourish in abundance. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are now going to give the floor to the President of the Swedish Parliament, Riksdagen, and his name is Andreas Norlén. And I would like to publicly thank him, because I was able to do so personally. I'd like to thank him for his generosity, because he's greatly contributed to this conference between the Swedish and the Spanish presidency, because this is the last day of the Swedish presidency. So it's lovely to be able to collaborate between parliaments in this way, in the Passover of presidencies. I think this is a good example for future transitions between presidencies for the Council of the European Union. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, and it's a great pleasure to give you the floor.
Madam President, colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here in León today to commemorate the International Day of Parliamentarism and to discuss challenges to our democracy. And I would like to congratulate the Spanish Parliament for organizing this important and interesting conference as the first activity of the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish presidency. And I was only too pleased to be able to contribute in this small way of granting an extra day to your parliamentary dimension in this way, because I think it is a wonderful and important initiative that you have taken. So as we conclude the Swedish presidency, we look with great expectation to our the coming activities of our Spanish friends. And I think the start of the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish presidency here today is something that really promises a great activities to come also in the future. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when speaking about the importance of democracy and the rule of law, we often talk in terms of legal and constitutional frameworks. And indeed, having solid frameworks of this kind in place, creating predictability for the people, is essential. But that in itself is not enough. Parliaments and parliamentarians play an important role as legislators, but as parliamentarians we have an equally important role in creating and upholding a democratic political culture. Sweden's constitutional laws and the laws which govern the work of the Riksdag, of course, contain the most central provisions of Sweden's form of government and the Riksdag, and are crucial to democracy. They, however, rely on the assumption that members of government, of parliament, I and other officials will do what is expected of us. It is not enough that we simply follow the rules. We must also be loyal to the spirit of these rules, especially in areas which lack detailed regulation. We need a democratic political culture in order to ensure that everyone feels responsibility and loyalty towards the system in which we all work. Therefore, how we conduct ourselves as parliamentarians matters. Our judgment, for instance, regarding how we behave towards one another matters. I think we need to uphold democracy, cherish it, develop it, and defend it. I had the privilege, before I became Speaker, of being chair of the Committee on the Constitution of the Swedish Parliament. And it goes without saying that the members represented different political parties with different opinions. In spite of this, the committee sought to put aside partisan differences to reach consensus in determining what was constitutionally correct and relevant, particularly when scrutinizing the government. In some cases, this required lively discussions, but the tone of these discussions was always respectful. His Majesty the King previously spoke about tolerance and the respect for difference, the need to compromise and to reach agreements, and I think this goes to the core of what also I am trying to say here today. Because the goal of the committee was to reach a common understanding about the basic rules and principles of the political process, to ensure that government are judged by the same standards regardless of their political culture. And I think it is important to have consensus on the political playbook so that we can all agree how we should run our political systems. But to be clear, agreeing on the fundamental rules and principles regarding the operation of the political system does not mean a watered-down political discussion on the issues of the day. On the contrary, such agreement makes it possible to focus on the issues instead of arguing about procedural matters or fighting about attempts to manipulate the system in order to gain benefits for a party or a government. Ladies and gentlemen, the Swedish Constitution consists of 4 fundamental laws, and one of those is the Freedom of the Press Act from 1766. It gives the media the right to express freely, and it gives all citizens the right to access official documents. This act was the result of special political circumstances during the Swedish Age of Liberty, as it's called in the history books, of the 18th century. It was important during this period of time to stress that the Riksdag then had vast powers and the king had very limited powers. And it was considered very important to be able to freely exchange views and ideas. And this eventually led to the creation of this Freedom of the Press Act, which was the first law of its kind in the world. And this Freedom of the Press Act was recently added to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register. Another documentation that is part of the UNESCO Memory of the World Register is the impressive Decrees of León from 1188, the first documented example of parliamentarism in history. It is truly extraordinary that we have gathered here today from all over Europe and other parts of the world to commemorate this important declaration that was written more than 800 years ago. The world was, of course, something different in 1188 than the world of today, but principles that have developed over the centuries, experiences that history has given us, and the knowledge of what shaped our countries are relevant even in our modern time. Returning to Sweden, let me mention that Sweden as a country began to emerge some 1,000 years ago, but on the 6th of June 1523, a new king was elected, Gustav Vasa. And following his election, Sweden left the Kalmar Union with Denmark and Norway and embarked on a new path as a once again fully independent country. And the Riksdag is thus this year commemorating and celebrating how Sweden's form of government has developed, with a particular emphasis on the role of the Parliament and the development of its work procedures over the past 500 years. I think it is important to use jubilees such as this to remember and learn about our past, but also to talk about today and tomorrow. Because I think we need to constantly communicate with the citizens of our countries on the emergence of democracy and why democracy is crucial to our societies today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, today Sweden is holding the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union for the last day. This also means, as I mentioned before, that the Riksdag today for the last day is leading the parliamentary dimension of the EU presidency. To summarize, this spring, the Riksdag has organized 8 interparliamentary conferences in which members and officials from the national parliaments and the European Parliament have participated. In total, we have welcomed around 600 parliamentarians to the Riksdag for discussions on topics such as circular bioeconomy, organized crime, Russia's war against Ukraine, the EU's future energy supply, and democracy in Europe. Now I'm pleased to officially hand over the parliamentary dimension of the presidency to our Spanish colleagues. I wish you all the best of luck with this important, challenging, but also fun task. A task which is truly about developing and strengthening democracy in the member states and in our European Union. For that reason, I think it is of great symbolic significance that we have gathered in this beautiful city to commemorate the history of parliaments and at the same time start the next phase in the development of the parliamentary cooperation in Europe. The Spanish Parliament's leadership of the parliamentary dimension of the presidency of the European Union. Best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President Nordlund. A continuación, voy a dar la palabra.
I'm now going to give the floor to the President of the Assembly of Portugal, the Augusto Ernesto Santos Silva. He's a university professor. I was very happy to be part of a debate with students with him, and he's a man of profound thought, and he's just the right person for this roundtable. So please, the floor is yours.
I will say the first 3 sentences in Spanish, and then I will move to English.
I'd like to thank you, dear Merichel, for inviting us to speak here, and I wish you the absolute best during the Spanish presidency of the European Union. I'd like to congratulate you for all of the parliamentary dimension in the Spanish presidency.
I must say that currently European values and democratic institutions are under several threats. And we can distinguish between external factors and internal factors concerning those threats. Democracy in Europe is coming under threat from outside it, from authoritarian regimes and their advocates inside our parliament, as well as from extremist and violent ideologies, and from several non-state actors like, for instance, human trafficking groups, private armies, or cyber hackers and attackers. But I think we also need to recognize that some internal factors, internal to the functioning of our democracies, are weakening our democracies. And I would like to contribute to our debate focusing on these internal factors, factors that are internal to the way in which our institutions, our democratic institutions, relate themselves with public and function themselves on their everyday life. And I think three questions, at least three questions, we need to address. What are we doing that favors the rise of discontentment towards democracy and elected officials among our citizens? What can we do and we must do to help the improvement among our citizenship of democratic sentiment and public trust in parliaments and governments? And how can we improve the resilience of democratic institutions within the European Union? I think that we can and we must address at least these three questions. And I would like to express, in a very humble way, 4 elements of what would be my personal response to these questions. First, I think we must acknowledge a certain entropy of institutions. We can see it in lower efficiency, short-term politics, the predominance, the hegemony of short-term policies, and less autonomy we can see among public powers towards the media agenda or even private interests. To counter this trend that weakens our democracy, I think that we need to focus on public policies that respond to social needs and expectations of our citizens. This is really, I think, very important. We have to draw some lessons from our recent past. The imposition following the sovereign debts crisis in 2010, the imposition of orthodox austerity measures caused in many countries, for instance Portugal, a massive disaffiliation of citizens vis-à-vis government and elected officials. On the contrary, the way in which we Europeans addressed the pandemic and the economic consequences of the pandemic, and the way in which we established a very powerful mechanism to support and to improve our resilience and to accelerate our economic recovery post-pandemic, helped strongly to improve the democratic sentiment and public trust in ourselves, in the politicians and the political institutions. So I think we must draw some lessons from our recent past, and we must maintain this focus. Public policies are meant to respond to social needs and social expectations of people. We need to modernize our party system. And I'm thinking namely of the moderate parties, the parties that occupy the center of the party system in European democracies. We need to modernize our parties, both ideologically and in what regards the way they relate to their electorate and to voters in general, so in what regards their proximity to citizens, mainly citizens that are now feeling that they are in the margins of the social system, that they are relegated to a sort of social periphery. We have to reconquer these citizens because the way populists are acting is especially targeting these citizens that think of themselves as victims of globalization or of modernization. So I do think that we need to give other focus to public policies, meaning a set of measures responding to social needs of the several groups of our electorate and society. Secondly, I think that we need to take seriously, more seriously, the issues of transparency, accountability, and fight against corruption within our democratic regimes. I will not elaborate on this point, since Professor Keane has already presented us with very insightful thoughts on this issue. But this is really an issue for all of us, not only for the Global South, not only for Latin American countries, but also to European Union member states. Third, I think that we have to change our working methods and our communication strategy. They are becoming obsolete. Some of them are already obsolete, out of time. We need to take full benefit from ICTs and digital means and digital media. They are not our enemies. They are means that we have to use to come closer to public opinion and to citizens and to the different groups that form our open societies. And we need to modernize public communication. The public communication of our institutions are not that much in favor of getting the attention and the involvement of citizens, namely of young citizens. And finally, I think that we still think in terms of the post-Second World War consensus in Europe regarding the achievements and the foundations of democracy. We do it rightly, but we have to add something else to this post-war consensus, namely between liberals, social democrats, and Christian democrats in Europe. We need an orientation towards the future. It is not enough to celebrate the past achievements, to celebrate Europe as Europe is, the best combination ever of liberal democracies, economic growth, and social cohesion. We need to add to this awareness of our achievements an orientation towards future. And in my view, this means two things particularly. First, we have to not to talk to the youth, but to listen to the youngsters. And we, in order to listen to them, we have to accept their own terms of reference. And on the other side, I think the liberal democracy must recognize the new ways people are using to perform their citizenship, their social activism, and their political engagement. Of course, representative democracy is at the heart of the open societies, of liberal democracy, but it can dialogue and it can incorporate new forms of doing politics that are not, again, similar to the old conventional ways of doing politics and to decide policies in post-war Europe. So this orientation towards the future, I think, is one of the best remedies we have to fight populism and to reconquer our electorate. Thank you.
Obrigada, Presidente Santos.
Thank you very much, Presidente Santos. Obrigado. I'm now going to give the floor to the President of the Croatian Parliament, Gordan Jandrokovic. Now they have football players, so we're actually more familiar with the names of. We know how to pronounce Croatian surnames because there are lots of football players from Croatia. So we. Well, during this mandate, we've worked together, and we celebrated a forum between both countries, and there was a lot of things that we discussed there. We were able to reach some very interesting conclusions, and I hope that we can deepen these relations with Croatia and with other member states, because, as I said at the beginning, it's very important to have this parliamentary dimension. It needs to remain strong, and this needs to accompany all the decisions that our governments reach. So, President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear Marichel. First, allow me to thank you for bringing us all here to the amazing city of León, the cradle of parliamentarism, and thank you for excellent organization and warm hospitality. Dear colleagues, I followed all the speeches with great interest. They confirmed to me that we are largely preoccupied by the same issues. And today's International Day of Parliamentarism is a most welcome opportunity to jointly reflect on how we, as parliamentarians, can make our democratic institutions more resilient, how we can preserve fundamental EU values, and how we can reverse the negative trends we observe. Yes, we see the democratic values and norms are very seriously challenged in many countries, within our own borders, in our neighborhoods, and across the world. We observe a growing lack of our citizens' trust in our democratic institutions, and thereby in parliamentary democracy itself. We see information manipulation campaigns, foreign interference into elections, fake news, and a wide range of other malign cyber and hybrid activities. We also note the potential for misuse of artificial intelligence. All this is very clearly aimed at destabilizing our societies and endangering our values. And this has indeed become the global new normal. It leaves neither politicians nor voters immune. Our democratic processes are becoming more and more fragile. The risks keep growing. This calls for prompt actions, for increased and continuous vigilance to threats and negative trends, for improving and widening the range of our specific and concrete countermeasures. Various malign actors show no hesitation in interfering or destabilizing us. So we must display equal decisiveness in our joint responses, equal at least, including at the parliamentary level. Our reactions must be marked by innovation and efficiency, in the speed of recognizing threats, in the speed of decision-making, and in the speed of action. Furthermore, we must be able to quickly adapt, and in parallel, we need to continue working on strengthening our mutual cooperation. I'm sure its full potential at interparliamentary level remains yet to be unlocked. Ladies and gentlemen, while appreciating all our democratic achievements and standards, we do realize that nowadays none of this can be taken for granted. Faced with multiple consequences of Russia's cruel and vicious aggression on Ukraine, the world is becoming increasingly polarized. And Europe is rightfully attempting to achieve more resilience and more strategic autonomy in many critical sectors, in energy, food, health, climate, security, and defense. But make no mistake, democracy itself is one of these critical sectors. And it is equally, if not more, exposed and vulnerable to various influences and threats, both external and internal. Dear colleagues, in our national political arenas, I think most of us observe similar patterns. The rise of populism, of radical and extremist ideas, both to the left and to the right of the political spectrum. I believe it is our obligation to do all we can to help our citizens recognize the shallow criticism which usually offers no solution, to help them see the difference between responsible and irresponsible policies and politicians, to help them appreciate the political approach that focuses on concrete and sustainable measures for our societies and economies, rather than false and unachievable promises. Because we have chosen long ago to build rather than to deconstruct, to value compromise rather than division, because this is the European way. But today it seems that we need to remind the public again of the foundations Europe was built upon. Remind them of what made Europe a place of freedom and peace, of effective pluralism and democracy, protection of human rights and freedoms, rule of law, and much more. This is no small feat by any standards, so we need to communicate that more frequently and more consistently, perhaps with the same passion that our values are often attacked with. Fellow parliamentarians, the word democracy deserves to always be written by a capital D. This carries an important symbolic message. But let's never forget the demos in the key part of the word. Yes, the people, our citizens, are key, indeed. And safeguarding democracies also means protecting our citizens. So to counter the destructive influences they are exposed to, we need to concretely step up our efforts towards them by communicating our policies more directly and more clearly in a common dialogue that is not restricted to electoral cycles only, by helping strengthen their media and digital literacy, and providing education towards critical thinking and resilience to disinformation. We need to develop mechanisms that provide more transparency of information and ensure more information integrity. We need to make sure that actual uncorrupted truth reaches our public. Actions in this sense would surely enable our citizens to make better informed decisions, making them much more resilient as voters too. By doing all this, we are clearly investing into our democracies. Dear colleagues, at the same time, we must bear in mind that democracy is not given. It really needs constant care, investment, and when necessary, adjustment. Croatia is living proof that an effective adaptation is very much possible, however demanding it may be. Tomorrow, Croatia proudly marks its first 10 years of EU membership. During this time, we successfully transformed our society and made Croatia a more resilient country. This shows that with clear goals and the right amount of political will, significant leaps forward can indeed be achieved for the benefit of our citizens. That kind of will is a key precondition for the efforts that all of us need to continue investing into safeguarding and strengthening our democratic institutions and into increasing their functionality and their readiness for new challenges. This is a worthy and by no means easy goal, but much more importantly, it is an achievable one, and it is our duty as parliamentarians to spare no efforts in reaching it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And we're now going to give the floor to the various different participants who have requested the floor. First of all, we're going to hear from Mikhail Pobchoy, the Deputy President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldavia.
Your Excellencies, it is highly symbolic that we meet today in the cradle of European and global democracy and parliamentarism. And it is equally important that we address today the main threat to the rules and values that we hold so dear. Because make no mistake, our friends in Ukraine are fighting not just for the future of their children, for the sovereignty of their land, but they are fighting to defend the values enshrined in the Cortes de León, in the Magna Carta, in the Human Rights Declaration, in their Helsinki Charter, and finally in the rules-based order, which is at the core of the European process and at the core of the peace in Europe that we also cherish. So it is important that we remain united and we show solidarity until Ukraine ends up victorious. And Moldova is doing its contribution, having welcomed 1 million refugees in a country of 2.5 million, and doing its utmost to combat Russian hybrid threats, boosting its energy security to no longer be dependent on Russian gas and electricity. But most of all, the Republic of Moldova is reforming itself to be closer to all those European values that we hold so dear. Despite the many challenges, we are implementing robust anti-corruption reforms, boosting the independence of the judiciary. Last year, we improved 60 positions in the Reporters Without Borders ranking of freedom of the media, being ranked 28th in the world. We are ranked better than most countries in Europe when it comes to gender equality, having 40% of women in parliament. And this year, we hope that we can start negotiations of accession to the European Union, so that we can anchor ourselves onto the European democratic project and turn the page on our troubled past of Soviet and Russian imperial and Russian neo-imperial present. So, to paraphrase Martin Luther King, the arc of moral history is long, but it bends towards democracy. But it only does so if we work together and we defend it every single day. So a robust sanctioning mechanism against those that are undermining democracy is very important. A sanctioning mechanism against oligarchs that are undermining the livelihood of so many citizens. A sanctioning mechanism and a mechanism of combating money laundering and recovery of stolen assets that is very important to countries like Moldova. So I'd like to thank you all for your commitment to parliamentarism and democracy, and I can only reassure you that Moldova is a strong ally and partner in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Voy a dar la palabra a continuación.
I'd now like to give the floor to the President, to the Speaker of the Bulgarian Assembly. You have the floor. Oh, I apologize. I think the person is not in the room. So, Mrs. Gabriela Moravska, you have the floor. Honourable members, for many years, democracy is subjected to many difficulties. After the collapse of the Iron Curtain, we had all expected that the times of Cold War had ended and that they would never come back, and that the states and nations would be harmoniously solving common problems. But the economic crisis in 2008 and the austerity policies and also the migration crisis in 2015 have led to serious problems which have been used by the forces who do not respect the principle of separation of powers and democracy. There are political movements in Europe that are fighting in a hybrid war against democracy, are promoting patriotic ideas impregnated by an authoritarian way of thinking, which is reminiscence of a previous epoch. They openly say that they want liberal democracy. Therefore, the democracy in the European Union needs to be protected and supported. The governments that stampede on values, Article 2 of the treaties, are done despite the resolutions taken by the European Parliament, by the Council of Europe, and other steps in violation of the rules of the European Union and court rulings of the Court of Justice, and also Article 7 of the treaties. Your honourable members, we must say quite clearly that the European Union is not just an organization for economic cooperation. It is more than a customs union. Fundamental rights, dignity, and the rule of law must be respected because the European Union is not an ATM. Every single day we need to fight for democracy, and we can't assume that it has been gained. We must look at the 4 pillars of the rule of law: judicial law, anti-corruption law, the pluralism of mass media, and also mechanisms for control and balance. And we need to improve the existing procedures to protect the rule of law. Your honourable members, a huge threat to democracy at global scale is climate change, especially clear in Spain, where we're faced with serious drought and desertification. Climate change generates costs for our economies and societies. Our fight against climate change needs to be a priority and a commitment with our children. So the care for the climate is a priority. We must remember that one of the main causes of immigration to Europe, of sub-Saharan Africa, are the climate conditions, the lack of water, and conflicts, which lead for life there to be more difficult than ever before. So climate migrants overcome obstacles and walls to come to Europe, putting their lives and health at risk. Europe cannot turn into a fortress. Europe must create a policy on immigration and asylum, because what it is doing up till now is reacting to the different immigration crises, and they are in the hands of dictators and making it difficult to respect human rights. We need audacious political measures. For demagogues, immigrants are just a scapegoat for a dream which might frighten societies in times of uncertainty. We must, however, go against this, against populism and against hatred discourse. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Vice President Gabriela. I'd now like to give the floor to the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Bulgaria, Mr. Rosen Chelaskov. Thank you, Honourable Speaker of the Spanish Congress, Honourable Speakers.
The Senate, dear Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure for me to speak in Spanish because I studied at a Spanish-speaking school in Bulgaria. Dear colleagues, this year the International Booker Prize, one of the most valuable and coveted world literary prizes, was awarded to the Bulgarian writer Georgi Gospodinov for his novel Time Shelter. This remarkable work describes a world deep in an uncertain present and facing a potentially devastating future, tempted to repeat the mistakes of times past. The more society forgets, the more someone produces, sells and fills the vacated niches with the ersatz memory. warns Gospodinov and warns also, after the dictatorship of the future comes the dictatorship of the past. I allow myself this analogy with literature because I'm confident that both the defense of European values and the threats to democracy have a very strong connection to the topic of memory, collective historical memory, how we store it, how we preserve it, how we make sense of it, how we pass it on to the generations and educate them with it. After the refugee and migration crisis, Brexit and the COVID crisis, we now face a new terrifying threat, a war in our continent which is not only an attack on democratic Ukraine, but on democracy in general. We are also witnessing a dangerous disinformation war that is being waged in the context of the military actions in Ukraine. One of the most serious tests for European values today is precisely the dangerous dimension of disinformation. It harms public debate, seeps into the democratic discourse and fuels the real domestic threats to democracy. Rising nationalism and isolationism, populism, extreme polarization and authoritarianism. Dear colleagues, strong parliaments are the foundation of any democracy. As the only institutions directly elected by the people, we have a wide range of tools to influence and protect European values, from legislative policies to effective collaboration with civil society structures. A number of actions are required on our part: stronger support to our partners in the Black Sea and Western Balkans, which are most vulnerable to malign Russian influence and hybrid activities. Targeted institutional support is needed for social networks, communication channels and public information resources to create an environment of tolerant, informed and ideologically unencumbered communication. We all know that young children live almost entirely in the digital world. Let me conclude precisely with this message, that this circumstance must be seized as a chance to support young Europeans and provide them with the necessary conditions to grow as individuals, free from the prejudices of cultural isolation, xenophobia and chauvinism, but rich in free and easy access to the achievements of European civilization. Thank you for your attention and good luck to the Spanish Presidency.
I'm just going to give the floor for one further speaker, and then I will ask you if you have any other comments that you'd like to make. Our colleague Andreas Grifoy, first Vice Speaker of the Belgian Senate. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first thank to the organization for this wonderful day here together in León. And we heard today that our parliamentary democracy is in danger, and this for many reasons, like extremism, war, influence, lobbying, etc. And to be clear, this is true. But from my different roles, I have the opportunity, when it comes to the democracy, the parliamentary democracy, to experience what works and what doesn't work. One of the solutions is multi-level governance. Parliaments must take more into account the needs of lower decision-making authorities, such as regional and local authorities, when voting laws and making decisions. In practice, local authorities are confronted with climate change, digitalization, poverty, media, and are looking for concrete measures. The solution to many of these problems often lies locally, but they usually do not have the tools to solve this. And this is because higher levels of decision-making make decisions that are sometimes counterproductive to solve a local problem. And the question is, how do we solve this? How do we make sure that, on one hand, a global objective and global monitoring are still taken into account, and, on the other hand, the policies do not interfere too much with the practical implementation at lower levels? A good example is climate. The Paris Agreement has a global objective, And Europe has translated this into a Green Deal with certain objectives for less emissions, more renewable energy, and has drawn up plans for adaptation. And the overall European objective as part of the Paris Agreement is then translated into objectives for each country. And this can be different depending on a variety of factors: degree of industrialization, population density, economic prosperity, poverty, social factors, and so on. And in turn, each country has to translate this into a national energy and climate plan. And some European countries have assigned climate competences to the regions, others have not. Others try to draw up global national action plans or seek cooperation with local authorities. But if there is not enough sufficient participation, people feel less involved. Concrete action measures fall through, and the overall objective is not achieved. So in order to achieve the global objective at the national or regional level, it's very useful to establish a stakeholder platform, where one can discuss with the different actors the objectives to be achieved and which action measures can be taken in return. And these concrete measures must be simple, tangible, affordable, and very easy to monitor. And for example, in Flanders, in region in the north of Belgium, the Parliament has tried to take these concerns into account by implementing local climate plans. And we can already see the success of this approach, as almost all municipalities and cities are participating and also achieving results. And this proves that stakeholder consultation is useful. Establishing this type of consultation means that no laws can be voted on without first consulting the various stakeholders. And this may lengthen the process of decision. Yes, that's true, but it does also guarantee that the final laws and decisions will be more supported. And creating a support base means more and a better outcome and society. And that's what democracy is ultimately about. That's essentially the task of a parliament, to ensure through a democratic way that everyone is on board. Whether it's about climate or digitalization or poverty policy, the multi-level governance is the key to better parliamentary democracy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, vicepresidente primero.
Thank you so much, first Vice Speaker. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Svein Harberg from the Norwegian Parliament. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to speak to you in a city where the first example of parliamentarianism was written more than 800 years ago. In recent years, the number of countries moving in an authoritarian direction has been twice as high as the number of those moving towards democracy. The decline in democracy is greater in Europe than in any other region of the world. The wave of freedom in the wake of 1989 has not just faded out. In some places it has even been pushed back. What's more, the democratic path of one country is sometimes the source of a brutal invasion by another, as we are witnessing in Ukraine today. Dear all, Putin's war of aggression is a stark reminder of what may happen in a country when leaders systematically set aside democratic principles. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom, but the Ukrainians are also fighting for a free Europe, for a Europe where relations between states are regulated by law, for a Europe defined by democracy and human rights. Societies based on these values serve everyone well. Societies based on these values are more resilient, more attractive to everyone. Let me also stress the vital role that the young generation plays in maintaining a resilient democratic society. As politicians, we have a distinct responsibility to include and engage young people in politics. Dear friends, the war in Ukraine has shown us Europe's dark side, but there are also many glimmers of light. NATO is united. The EU is united. Though we are not an EU member, Norway is a part of the European partnership. We have committed ourselves to a long-term engagement in support of Ukraine, and we stand firmly together with our European partners and friends in defending our common values. This is more important than ever. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, vicepresidente primero.
Thank you so much, First Vice Speaker. Mrs. Elvira Kovacs has the floor.
Thank you, honorable speakers of Parliament, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. We live in the world which is democratic in principle, but there is still room for improvement and implementation of deeper and essential reforms in the society. Every country needs European values if it wishes to have a modern, stable, and developed society. We cherish European values as a part of universal values that are focused on the well-being of an individual and on the right to life as a fundamental right of all of us. The Republic of Serbia is investing efforts on a daily basis and strives to cherish European values not only to become a part of the EU, but because we believe this is good for us. The return to Europe and European values is more important today than ever, and we support the European Union campaign, We Are Better Together. We expect the European Union to remain a credible partner that will enable the region to progress more quickly and effectively by using various mechanisms of engagement and presence in the region, including financial support. Multi-annual experience and best practices have proved that major areas of parliamentary work that serves to strengthen the democratic nature of institutions relate to harmonization of the national legislation with the acquis, monitoring and oversight through regular reports submitted by competent institutions, interparliamentary cooperation, and promotion of rights and obligations arising from the EU accession, and to the promotion of basic European values. Citizens of Serbia primarily associate the European Union with positive examples. In the first place, for them, it represents the possibility of free travel within member states, then more employment opportunities and a path to a better future for the young. The assessment of the economic, political, security and other benefits of the EU membership greatly affect citizens' attitudes toward joining the EU. For this reason, it is very important to talk to citizens about the benefits of EU membership. It is important not to forget that the European integration process does not require only the efforts of candidate countries, but of the Union as well. This is why we deem it important that the EU and all its institutions should work towards enhancing the enlargement policy, as the EU's competencies cannot be achieved, completeness cannot be achieved without the Western Balkans. On the other hand, the EU should strengthen the credibility of the enlargement process. In order to make the accession process more credible for candidate countries, the EU should address more openly the issue of enlargement in the member states themselves, particularly in those member states where the public does not support the EU's enlargement policy. A combination of the credible perspective of membership and assistance to candidate countries is necessary for the successful overall integration capacity of the EU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Voy a preguntar al presidente.
So I will ask President Santos, Speaker, would you like to add anything? Would you like to say anything, sir? Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, to underscore three ideas that I think are important. The first one is to underscore democratic institutionality every single day in order to fight extremism and to stop populism is to work for a more in-depth democracy, promote democratic quality of our governments. The second idea is the need to communicate every single day with citizens. Citizens are at the base of a democratic government, and through citizens and all the groups in civil society, it is important for their representatives to have clear, direct communication and on a daily basis. And then my third idea would be the fact that we must use a whole score of ways of communicating in order to put public policies into practice, both at national, regional, local, and European levels, in the different forms of participation and communication. These three ideas, I think, would be a very important outcome of this particular session. Thank you so much, President Santos. Mr. Norlin.
Well, thank you very much. Many interesting contributions have been given here today. Just a couple of comments on a couple of items. One is that I think we all strive to improve our democratic systems, and I think we're all in favor of citizen participation in politics, and that it is vital to our democracies that we have citizens throughout our countries who care about what we do and who care about what we do and who take part in political discussions. What I do think we have to discuss more is the tension that I think may be there between representative democracy and new forms of citizen participation. Because I have observed that there seems to be a trend in some parts of Europe to have systems where the institutions of, for instance, parliaments or governments interact directly with citizens, be it randomly selected groups of citizens or citizens who volunteer to take part in discussions. And I think the conference on the future of Europe also had ideas of this kind, and I think we have to be very careful if we want to create schemes like this, because at the heart of representative democracy, to my mind, are the political parties. To my mind, it's primarily the political parties who should interact directly with citizens, not political institutions like parliaments. Because it is the political parties who should interact with citizens, listen to them, recruit them as activists, politicians in the future. And if we have institutions circumventing the political parties in that process, I think that is not necessarily a good thing, but can rather lead to very negative consequences. You disincentive citizens to become active in political parties, and thereby limit the number of people who are there to take on democratic tasks, or to be local, regional, or national or European politicians in the future. And I think we should be very careful before doing that. On the other hand, I'm of course very open for including stakeholders in society in all kinds of processes. In Sweden, there is, for instance, a constitutional obligation that the government or the parliament acting in the legislative process should consult with stakeholders, authorities, trade unions, employers, organizations, or whomever might be affected by a draft legislation. And that, I think, is very important. And one final point, I didn't mention, or I didn't address Russia's war against Ukraine so much in my speech, because I focused on other issues. But I want to agree with everyone who has mentioned this war here today, and saying that I too feel that this is the war, the moment of our generation, of our political generation, when the future of Europe is really formed. Because if we let Russia gain anything from this brutal war, we will create a Europe which is thrown back into 19th century great power politics, where the power lies in guns, not in words. And that would be an assault on all of us and on the whole idea of a democratic Europe. So I think we should not be mistaken what is at stake here. This is not only about Ukraine. This is about the future of all of us and the future of the entire continent. And I think that is very important to underscore. Thank you.
I'm now going to give the floor to the three last requests for the floor, and then I'll ask if there's anybody else who would like to speak. I'm now going to give the floor to Mr. Talat Shafari,
President of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Distinguished Speaker Batet and Hill, distinguished Vice President, distinguished colleagues, allow me to express particular pleasure to meet you here today commemorating the International Day of Parliamentarism here in León, the city of the first documented parliamentarism in the history. The format of today's conference in the framework of the Spanish Presidency with the Council of EU is a clear indicator for the unity of the European states in the defense of the democratic values. But I have to express my disappointment that today, in the 21st century, instead of speaking for the bitter problems resulting from the globalization and migration processes that were in the focus of our citizens until recently, we today extend messages and appeals for protected and preserve the territorial integrity and sovereignty, respect of the internationally recognized borders, protect our institutions from attacks, respect of the right of self-determination, right of speech and freedom of expression, as well as access to objective information. Today, when we are witnessing the brutal aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine for more than a year, but also witnessing the pivotal fight of the Ukrainian people and politicians for the victory of the democracy and beyond, the multilateralism we have embraced decades ago, we have to admit that the currently divided world requests us as representatives of the people to act more decisively in the joint efforts for sustainability of our liberal democracies. As responsible politicians and firmly convinced humanists, we must not let the future generations live in a world that ignores and suffocates the established universal rights and values, or a world dominated by the absolutism, the right of force and single-sided information to the public. These newly established systems of governance, which promote selective democracy, do not belong to the modern world and oblige us to reply strongly and persistently, demonstrating clearly that their acceptance as democratic states shall be only possible at the moment when they shall oblige themselves to respect the aforementioned widely accepted rights and values. Dear colleagues, the parliaments are barriers of the implementation of democracy in its fundamental shape, through providing transparency and accountability before the citizens for their work and through effective representation of citizens' interests and decision-making process. The Republic of North Macedonia, with its candidate status since 2005 and a state which is looking forward to opening the negotiation chapters as a final phase to the processes of the accession to the European Union, continuously works and includes the Assembly aside all the barriers in the past decades to fulfill the Copenhagen criteria and to promote our Euro-integration path. The proof of the consistent respect of the European values is our overall compliance with the common foreign and security policy of EU, including the restrictive measures towards the Russian Federation. The evaluation in regard with the acquis which we have adopted so far in the Assembly is that the state legislation is significantly harmonized with that of the European Union Union, and we should continue forward with opening the negotiation chapters. Esteemed representatives of the EU member states and the European Parliament, considering the shift of the geopolitical developments in Europe, I appeal to you to maintain the momentum and the dynamics of the enlargement process, especially in regard with the foreseen membership of the Republic of North Macedonia into the European Union until 2030 as a realistic aim, but also with the other states from the region which will fulfill the membership criteria. Otherwise, we risk the deserved victory and the protection of the European values our continent has been cherishing for more than 70 years to be seriously jeopardized by third centers of power. In the end, I would like to congratulate the host for the successful organization of this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Tiene ahora la palabra el
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now I give the floor to Stefan Musoiu.
Yes, he's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairperson of the Committee on European Affairs of the Chamber of Deputies of Romania.
Thank you, the Honourable Speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you today on the occasion of the International Day of Parliamentarism here in León. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Spanish Parliament for organizing this event in a representative place for parliaments, actually the cradle of parliamentarism. The consolidation of democracy and democratic values are vital in our European model, especially given the prevailing geopolitical challenges. The Russian Federation's brutal aggression against Ukraine is also an unprecedented attack of our principles and values. Facing this crisis, our citizens have been confronted with hate speech, disinformation, and foreign interference, which have acted as a catalyst for this crisis. For these reasons, there is a need for a strong response from states to find the best ways and develop tools to strengthen and defend democratic values, reconnect with our citizens, and promote civil society engagement. As regards the rule of law, the EU has in recent years developed its dedicated toolbox and capacity to act in this area. They are an obligatory component of effective national parliaments working to strengthen democratic institutions and principles. In the process of identifying solutions to the challenges faced by all EU member states, it is essential to promote the exchange of national experiences and best practices. Nevertheless, we welcome the constant dialogue on these issues between the European institutions and the national parliaments of the EU member states. This dialogue contributes substantially to the shaping of a genuine culture of the rule of law in the EU. Let us stand together in defense of democratic principles, fostering understanding, unity and respect among all European citizens. By preserving and promoting our democratic European values, we can build a brighter future for ourselves and the generation to come. Thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President. We now give the floor to Mr. Niels Flemming Hansen,
Chairman of the European Affairs Committee of Denmark.
Thank you very much. Dear fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here to celebrate the International Day of Parliamentarism, a day that remains so critical that parliamentarians play in shaping our societies, upholding democratic values and representing the voice of the people. This occasion also serves as a timely reminder of the importance of engaging the young generation in the democratic process and renewing our commitment to democracy for every new generation. Democracy is not a static concept. It requires continuously evolution to remain vibrant and relevant, and it is our responsibility to pass on the torch of democracy to future generations. Democracy cannot be taken for granted. In recent years, representative democracies has faced significant challenges, and some come under pressure worldwide. Polarization, disinformation, and declining trust in political institutions threaten the very foundation of our democratic systems. Therefore, we must be engaged and proactive in safeguarding the principle of democracy that we hold so dearly. Renewing democracy requires us to adapt and to innovate. Just to give an example, by using new technology and digital tools, we can work the bridge to the gap between the young generation and their elected representatives, making governance more accessible and inclusive. We can create new platforms for meaningful participation and thereby giving more citizens, particularly the young generation, a stronger voice and easier access to the decision-making processes. Of course, we do not have to agree on everything in our parliaments. That is the basic fact in a representative democracy. In my home country of Denmark, we have 12 different parties in the parliament, representatives from Greenland and from the Faroe Islands. I can tell you that gives a good condition for discussions. But at the end of the day, when a decision has been made, when a bill has been adopted, we all respect the outcome as a result of a democratic process. However, nobody is perfect, and therefore the International Day of Parliamentarism is a good opportunity for all of us parliamentarians to review the way we're working and achieving some key goals, but to be more representative and move with the times, working to include more women and more young MPs and adapting to new technologies. Dear fellow parliamentarians, let's us not forget that the democracy and the parliamentarism cannot be taken for granted. Let us stand up to defend our democracies. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Con esta intervención,
thank you very much. With this last intervention, we finish this round table. I think there are two things that are very important and that have been referred to in almost all of the speeches made. In order to combat one of the greatest threats against democracy, which is populism, also to create greater dignity in politics, and that depends on us, on how we do politics. We need to escape from lies. We need to reject insults, and we need to be respectful and avoid excessive quarrelling and tension, because this makes citizens distrust politics. And finally, we need to foster useful politics, good politics, the type of politics that reveals real solutions to citizens. That is the best way to ensure that institutions are close to the people, that people see them as useful, and so that people want to be actively involved in our democracy. Otherwise, democracies can languish and are in danger. So, we have come to the end of this round table, and if it's okay with you, we will now move on to the conclusions, and for that purpose I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Jonathan Murphy, who is going to read the León Declaration on Parliamentarism, and to present the conclusions of today's meeting. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speakers, Honourable Deputies, Members of Parliament, honoured guests. I'm pleased to read out the Provisional Declaration of Speakers today on the defence of European values and democratic institutions faced with the new challenges and threats to democracy. The speakers stress that we are at a crucial moment for the development and consolidation of democracy worldwide in the face of new challenges and threats. The speakers note with concern threats such as Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, the assault against parliamentary institutions, foreign interference in democratic and electoral processes, disinformation generated by social media that disrupts social debate and alters the democratic conversation, or challenges such as digitalization, artificial intelligence, the energy and food crisis, or the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Speakers consider that there are national factors that play a role in the way these common developments are addressed, which constitute real internal threats to democracy, such as the rise of extremism and populism, nationalism, protectionism, the deterioration of democracy, democratic quality in many countries, extreme polarization, and the emergence of authoritarianism. And they recall, that totalitarianism also uses democracy and parliaments for its establishment and consolidation. The speakers consider that the rise of authoritarianism and the tolerance thereof are at the root of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, which they firmly condemn, since it is an attack against the territorial integrity of a country, which violates the Charter of the United Nations and hence breaches the most basic principles of international law. They support the continuation of financial, economic, humanitarian and military assistance as long as it is needed until the full restoration and control of the internationally recognized borders, the effective implementation of sanctions against Russia, and the establishment of a special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression against Ukraine, noting the indispensable role of ensuring accountability for the prospects of durable peace. They additionally express hope for strengthening endeavour of the European Union and its international partners to promote dialogue based on the key values and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and the Helsinki Final Act that would lead to the end of the Russian military aggression and all hostilities when the circumstances so permit. The speakers deem that the promotion of democratic values, human rights and the rule of law in our societies requires limiting trade relations with totalitarian regimes, and particularly the dependence on the supply of raw materials, basic foodstuffs, essential products, medicines and technological products, and thus advocate for strategic autonomy as regards the production and diversification of supply chains and an increased cooperation with other regions such as Ibero-America, Africa and Indo-Pacific. The speakers understand that the assault against democratic institutions in several countries can be seen as a consequence of the current rise of populism and extremist movements, propelled by disinformation and false news. The speakers warn of the distortion of reality on the basis of which citizens have to take decisions in electoral processes using the tools provided by social media, and they welcome the adoption of the new Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act of the European Union. They recognize that the benefits of digitalization are obvious, but its disproportionate and unbalanced use in the market to access such services may have a negative impact on democracy, fundamental rights and on the economy. They warn of the dangers for democracy of not agreeing on an international regulation of artificial intelligence, and welcome in this regard the work towards a European Artificial Intelligence Act. The speakers welcome the progress made as regards the digital transformation of parliaments, but they consider that liberal democracies require an in-person parliament with in-person speeches and debates, and they consider that digital literacy programs aimed at the general population should be encouraged so that no one is excluded from the democratic process guaranteeing general access of the population to the internet. The speakers support extending to all parliaments initiatives such as the European Democracy Action Plan based on the Action Plan Against Disinformation, to stop disinformation campaigns and for the protection of the quality of information and of democratic systems and public debates. On the importance of parliaments to enhance democracy, the speakers declare that parliaments are one of the main institutional pillars of representative democracy and of the rule of law. As chambers directly elected by the people, they are at the heart of liberal democracy and must therefore be involved in all decision-making processes in the face of the contemporary drift from parliamentary democracy to governmental democracy. Parliaments reflect and guarantee social pluralism and, above all, the political pluralism that cements social support and the democratic legitimation of the state's institutions. The speakers support the strengthening of parliaments as a key element of the international strategy for the evolution of democracy. A robust and efficient parliament contributes to political stability, economic development, and to the quality of life of citizens. The speakers deem it necessary to improve the capacity of parliaments to address a whole series of global strategic challenges, focusing particularly on the political involvement of women and of young people. The speakers on this occasion of the International Day of Parliamentarism on June the 30th warn of the need to recall the origins of parliamentarism to be able to understand the profound social change this entailed for the organization of medieval societies. They need to understand its relevance for the subsequent constitutional development of all modern democracies and be aware of why democracy is the best of all possible systems of organization, as opposed to the simple recipes of authoritarianism. The speakers acknowledge the deep historical roots of the Cortes de León, gathered in 1188 by the King Alfonso IX in this very cloister of the Collegiate Church of San Isidoro de León, where this meeting is now being held, with a view to commemorating that encounter where the institutional presence of citizens in higher level decision-making, together with the king, the church, and the nobility, occurred for the first time, giving rise to modern parliaments. The speakers underlined the value of the Decreto of León, declared by UNESCO as Memory of the World, being the oldest known written information regarding the European parliamentary system and constitutional heritage, based on the respect of laws established by uses and customs and procedural and judicial guarantees that must protect citizens and private property, thus laying the first foundations of the rule of law and equality, given its profound resemblance to modern practices regarding parliamentary representation. On parliamentary cooperation and development of democracy, the speakers note that the parliaments of the European Union and many others are increasingly involved in parliamentary diplomacy and in providing technical support to strengthen parliaments worldwide, acknowledging that peer support is the most efficient way to share lessons learned and to transfer knowledge to developing parliaments, which in turn results in stronger democracy. The speakers recognise the progress made as regard the different parliamentary cooperation projects, such as Inter Pares, Parliament for Partnership, for the effective development of democracy in the world, enabling a network of parliaments with a view to their technical cooperation. The speakers acknowledge the usefulness also of all other types of capacity-building programs financed by the European Union or provided bilaterally by the parliaments of the European Union. The speakers support the initiative from the European Parliament, as mentioned in the conclusions of the Presidency of the Conference of Speakers of the European Union Parliaments held in Prague on the 24th and 25th of April 2023, aimed at drafting a charter of the role of parliamentarism in an effective democracy, enshrining the fundamental principles and the key elements of modern parliamentarism consubstantial to liberal democracy. The speakers pledge to continue working on this initiative with a view to the final adoption of this charter at the Conference of Speakers of Parliaments of the European Union to be held in Madrid on April the 21st to the 23rd, 2024. And a final note that the principles which were outlined in the speech, delivered in León today by Otmar Karas, first President of the European Parliament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honoured guest.
Mr. Murphy, gracias por leer esta importante
Thank you.
declaración de
Thank you
León
for
sobre
reading this very
parlamentarismo.
important declaration, the León Declaration, which we have all approved. I would like to thank all the presidents and representatives of the different parliaments of the European Union and of other parliaments in the world. I'd like to thank all of you for your very important contributions at this international conference. And I hope that you can walk through the beautiful streets of León after this meeting. The Spanish Presidency has now started, and thank you to all of you for the success of the Spanish Presidency. And thank you so much for your commitment to democracy, to this will of public service, and also for sharing and supporting and defending European values that unite us. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Sí, sí, sí.